But one addition I have is the removal of item 4, which is 206 5th Street, and that is to do with the property maintenance bylaw. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Any late items from Council? Councillor Brennan.
I've had a request for an additional delegation to speak to 9B, updates to proposed cultural funding programs, and that is Ms. Holly Bright from Crimson Coast Dance Society.
Ms. Holly Bright. Thank you. We'll take the next one as well. Councillor Kipp.
Yes, I have two wanting to speak the same issue, 9B, and Ms. Carol Murray and Mr. Tim McGrath. They request a late delegation.
Carol Murray and Tim McGrath.
Yes, 9B.
Any other? Seeing none.
Motion
Motion.
for all three.
Correct. Seconder? Councillor Honk, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Move adoption of the agenda as revised.
Okay, thank you. Seconder? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Any discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor? Opposed? Can we have a proper vote here? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Can I have a motion for the adoption of the minutes of the June 1st meeting, please? So moved. Seconder. Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Are you doing anything on a prejudice thing tonight? Are you doing anything about races and stuff?
Yes. Thank you. So next item, presentations. Seeing none. Next item after that is Mayor's report. First item. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we have a full house tonight. We have just over 200 people in the room. We have 20 different delegations tonight. So if I could please ask that if you are a delegation or if you are in the gallery, if we could observe the following. For delegations, can you please stay on point? Please keep your conversation germane to the topic at hand. Be respectful and remember that this chamber is a workplace for some people, including our staff and the Shaw people and the audiovisual people. We also need to have everyone who is going to come to the podium tonight to be able to have a sense of safety and feel safe. So I have to ask that there's no jeering, there's no laughing, there's no heckling, and there's no booing, and that there's no clapping. We'll try and make this meeting as efficient as possible. 20 people at roughly 10 minutes per is 200 minutes. It's almost, it's over 3 hours just in delegations. We got a lot of work to do tonight. So if I could, I'd really appreciate that.
There's only 5 minutes if there's more than 4?
But if we follow up with questions.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So the next item is we've had over the last couple of days some very disturbing incidents happen in North Nanaimo, and we need your help. These are concerning very racist remarks and slurs against a small sector of our community, and we know that that's not what makes up Nanaimo. The people who are being targeted are feeling very, very intimidated right now. They're very anxious. And in fact, they're feeling, in some cases, for their own safety. There were a number of bus benches up along Hammond Bay Road in the north end of Nanaimo that were tagged up to and including racial slurs and swastikas. That is not Nanaimo. So we ask that if you witness any of these crimes, because they are crimes, if you witness them or you have any information leading to the perpetrators of these crimes, to please call Crime Stoppers, 1-800-222-TIPS or NanaimoCrimeStoppers.com. We need your help. Thank you. The next item. This coming Sunday, We have celebrations on Friday as well, but on Sunday, between 10 and 2 at the Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre, the Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre will be hosting Aboriginal Day celebrations at Bowen Park. That's from 10 to 2. We'd love for you to come down and celebrate with the community. At 12 o'clock, there will be celebrations at Diana Crawl, which should go for the rest of the afternoon on into the early evening, sponsored by Sunamu First Nations. But most importantly for the City of Nanaimo, please join us at 11 a.m. in front of City Hall, where we intend to raise, for the first time in our history, the Sunamu First Nations flag on City Hall. The first city that did this was in 2011. It was the City of Regina, and it's been happening all across Canada. We'd love for you to come and celebrate this very momentous occasion. One last note, on the 19th, between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m., there's also a celebration for Aboriginal peoples at Tilcum Lalem Friendship Centre on 10th Street. So thank you very much for your attention. So, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship. Just quickly, I'd like to really acknowledge your words on the behaviors in the city that's unacceptable. It really takes leadership to, and I know all citizens would agree that behavior graffiti as such, it's not about myself, but going through that during the campaign on my signs and hate mails as a SNAMO member in the newspapers over the years, it's unacceptable, and I'm really proud this council has zero tolerance to any racist behavior. So I'd like to lift my hands up for acknowledging that horrific act that happened. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next item, administration. 2014 Annual Municipal Report. Staff recommendations on page 20. And the motion that Council approve the 2014 Annual Municipal Report. Do we have a mover? So moved. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Discussion. Councillor Brennan. No. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Just one question, if I may, and compliments to the statements that preceded this portion of the agenda as it relates to the acts that are taking place in the North End. Page 88G, if I may, Finance. Mr. Swaby, do I ask you the question? Just commitments under G, it has the city has a $16.5 million in open purchase orders at year end, which have not been recorded in the financial statements. The funding for the majority of these obligations has been set aside in reserve for future expenditures. These amounts will be recorded in the period that the goods and services to which they relate are received. So is there anything outstanding for 2014 that reflects this $16.5 million in open purchase orders?
Yeah, Your Worship, yes, and I would have to get back to Council with what that would apply to.
Thank you. And then just a follow-up, if I may, would that adjust and amend our 2014 financial statement if there was something that goes back into 2014? I'm just trying to, or is this moving forward $16.5 million of open purchase orders into 2015 that
It would be
that originated forward in 2014?
It would be moving forward, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kett.
Thank you very much. I like the format of the report. It's somewhat easy to read. Just on page 79, I'd like to say we don't value our art. It says in here, because of the valuation, works of art and culture and historic assets, works of art and culture and historical assets are not recognized as assets in the financial statement. Why would that be? Does anybody answer why we wouldn't value our historical parts and our art parts? I mean, I hate to say it, Detroit's selling theirs right now because they're bankrupt, but there's value to that. Is it just an accrual? Is it a...
Yeah. It's accounted for, I would imagine, Your Worship, in other ways throughout the accrual of the art itself, and I'd have to get back to you, but I don't think we specifically take an appraised value and insert it into the financial plan.
Okay. Follow-up, page 81, I guess it relates to the trade and other of the $12,000 of outstanding. I'll let that pass for now. And I guess I guess the net book value is on page 85, and I was wondering why historical was not into that section. I guess on page, it's 88, I talked about subsidence of mines. And it talks about in there that we accept the risk for these mines collapsing. And we don't attach any value to that currently.
Your Worship, this is something that we brought to Council's attention over the last, at least the last year, and where the mines are under the road or on public property, there is definitely a risk that we're assuming, as we experienced in some of the sinkholes. Where it's on private property, we don't assume the risk. And this is a growing concern for administration for continued collapse of the mines and potential costs associated with stabilizing them in the future.
But yeah, we don't have a guesstimate on it, but we accept the risk of it.
Yes.
I think that's, credit risk. Page 92. The credit risk it's not expected to be significant now, but we don't do a lot of high chance risk. Most of our investments are fairly stable, are they not?
Your Worship, we are risk adverse, and that drives a lot of our decision making and investment. We are not in the markets for anything that's risky.
Okay, and then on that, in the credit risk part, it says credit risk is further minimized as the city has the ability to expropriate land in the event of non-payment of property tax receivables. There's still, most of the time when we'd be taking back property, the value would be less than what it was probably.
That's correct.
So there's a risk attached to that too. Thank you, Your Worship. That's all I have.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Corporate Services. 8A, amendment to option to purchase agreement at 100 Gordon Street, Conference Centre Hotel. And the purpose is to obtain council direction to extend the option to purchase agreement for a property at 100 Gordon Street owned by SSS Manhale International Tourism Group, Canada Company Limited, known as Manhale. First presentation of Mr. Perry Ehrlich of Zach Ehrlich Lithwick LLP, and Mr. Brent Orland, VP of Construction, Urban One, on behalf of SSS Manhale International Tourism Group, Canada Company Limited. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Your Worship, members of Council, my name is Perry Ehrlich, and I will take heed to what you said earlier today about the length of your agenda. My grandfather always says that the key to being effective is to stand up, speak up, and shut up. And that's what I plan to do this evening.
Thank you.
My colleague Linda Chen was here a few weeks ago speaking on behalf of my client. I'm here today because I was involved and have been involved since the very earliest stages of this transaction. So I wanted to go through and just raise a few points and also accentuate certain points. I was going to tell you here today is not only Brent Oland, who is with Urban One, the contractor, but also a contingency from my client, Ms. Dong, Mr. Luau, Daniel, and Xiang, who are in the back there to support this and to indicate to you the seriousness by which they consider this development in this meeting today. So let's start with the commitment to move forward with the project. Yes, my client is strongly committed to move forward with the project, and things could not be better in that regard, and that is enhanced by the fact that the differential now with the exchange rate, the fluctuation of currencies between the RMB and the Canadian dollar has never been better, which makes the financial strength of this project even better. The status of plans for hotel development, because of that, my client will be building exactly what the development permit calls for, 240 rooms with the basic square footage as set out there. With respect to the proposal for the community garden at Piper Park, there have been numerous discussions about this. My client looks at the concept of the third floor of the hotel, which, as you all know, would be connected by my client at its expense by a walkway to Piper Park. And my client looking forward to having further discussions with the city about introducing Chinese cultural elements so that they would be seamless. There would be an integration with the park, the walkway, and the hotel, so that there would be beauty throughout all. With respect to the conference center and Great Canadian Casino, I'm thrilled to say that Chuck Keeling is here today. I don't know where you are, Chuck, from Great Canadian Casino. We've had discussions with him. My client is very, very enthusiastic about his concept of what he calls the campus here, the theater, the casino, the convention center, and the hotel, working together to promote tourism here. One of the points I want to accentuate to date, because to be quite honest with you, I think it's important that I do accentuate this. My client has expended more than $4.4 million in this project to date over the last year. And while there has been issues I know in the past with my clients, perhaps lack of communication, etc., the fact is during the course of this period of time, they have spent, and while they did buy the property for just over $500,000, the cost in to date is $5 million. And that is architectural, $850,000, Levelton Environmental, $585,000, SSDG Interior Design, $228,000, the Integral Group Consultant, $138,000. This is just some of the highlighted items here, including local contractors, engineers, consultants that we've utilized to foresee and to see this project come to fruition. Communications plan, well, we're all systems go. And Brent will outline in a few minutes the construction timelines that we'll talk about. But the bottom line is what I wanted to emphasize to you. And I thought today, and Linda and I were talking at the hotel, this is like the story of the tortoise and the hare, is that notwithstanding that we're asking for this extension, the fact is that nothing else is going to change. This hotel will be open in July. The construction will be completed in July 2017 with the proposed hotel opening a year later. I also mentioned to Linda, because I live in Richmond, BC, where if any of you have driven around Richmond, BC, every few blocks is a big sign. And those big signs says opening spring 2013. And those signs are still there. And why is it there? Because construction itself has many parameters and nuances. It's not an easy transition, and my client has encountered some problems in this course. But the bottom line is, just like the story of the tortoise and the hare, we plan to finish. We are well on our way to finish, and Brent will go through that in a minute, in the construction timelines. Again, as I said earlier, this reiterates earlier, Manhau is fully committed to the project. Funds are in place to proceed with the project. And I'm going to turn it over now to you, Brent.
All right, that sounds good. I'm just going to speak without a microphone. I don't really need one, so that's fine with the group. I'm just presenting first a schedule overview of this. So overall, this project, because it doesn't have a parkade under it, is just over a 20-month build. And notwithstanding that it doesn't really have an underground level, it just has a partial basement for some service rooms, we still have to spend below and up to and including the street level slab on grade 4.4 months. And the reason for that is because this project is on a sloping site in terms of the rock that underlies it. So on the east side, we've got rock where the footings sit right on it. In the middle, we've got rock where we can put some lean mixed concrete and the footings sit on that. But on the portion towards Museum Way, we actually have to do rapid impact compaction to solidify the ground, and then we have to do pilings, and then we can put pile caps on those as the footings for the building. So spend a significant amount of time below grade, just over 4 months. Then our structure is 10.5 months, but it overlaps the ground prep quite a bit, so adds another 7 months to the schedule. Building envelope proceeds for just over 6 months, but finishes only 1.5 months later than the structure. And the interior finishes continue for another 5 months beyond the building envelope. And exterior finishes finish another few weeks later. And then we've got just over a month of commissioning and occupancy. That's when we do all the tests on the sprinkler system, the fire alarm system, And much as for this building here, of which I was the construction manager, it takes about a month to do that part of the work. And then I'm showing just under a month of items post-occupancy that would, the site has occupancy in the sense that it's approved by the city inspectors for public safety and so on, but that it's just not officially ready to open to the public yet for reasons of final polishing and so on. And then following these timelines, there's obviously the operational training requirements of the hotel and so on. I won't speak to those because it's the construction part I'm speaking to, but we're also constructing the Trump Vancouver, and for that one they actually are allowing 6 months for the hotel training and operational ramp up. I would think that a suitable timeline here, similar timeline here, would be more than adequate. If there's any need to go into further detail, I could, but I'm assuming this probably suits the purposes of this audience.
Well, what I would propose is that I'll finish up in about 3 minutes, and then if any of you have any questions, we're happy to answer them for you. Can you just...
Let's just switch it at that. Thanks.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So we can move on. We've dealt with this as well, work with the city to create the Chinese garden, contribute funds for its development. Now, one of the things I mentioned to Chuck Keeling when I spoke to him, and it's a matter of public knowledge, is that we're prepared to work with Great Canadian Casino, and right now we have a right of first negotiation for the contract on the management of the conference center. We're prepared to, as you know, if Miss Universe doesn't complete her reign, the first runner-up takes over. Well, we're prepared to let the first runner-up take over and let Mr. Keeling take over this and take the second right of negotiation if things don't work out with Great Canadian Casino. Monthly status report and quarter reports, there's, and project manager, we're dealing with Trump's contractors. There's no question that there will be communication ongoing. Now, we've gone through the $4.4 million in construction costs today, and I was just looking as well, monies have been spent in Nanaimo to date, and also in my earlier discussions with Brent, is that Brent had mentioned to me that when we considered the number of managers, the number of workers, the number of people on the ground in Nanaimo who would be employed, what were there, thousands of days of work?
This project of this size would average about 80 persons on site in the finishing phase, and probably over the course of the whole job, not less than 65 average. And so we're talking about, sorry, just hang on a sec. Just over 1,300 person months of employment. So, it's a significant amount of employment for the local community.
So we're looking generally commencement date of November 2nd, completing the foundation by 2016, hotel completion exactly where it was planned when we originally negotiated this deal in 2013. I have a few closing comments, but I'd like to open it to any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, the city's invested quite a bit of money in this site, too.
Of course.
We paid out over $3 million for a hotel we never got before. And that's a concern from my point. Can we see the list that you've spent? Or get a copy to us. We don't have to have it right now, but the list of the $5 million or the $4 million, is that the complete list?
That's the complete list. And by the way, I brought all the invoices.
Wow, I don't want to see them.
Because, when I hear talk among the press and among our community about the $500,000 that my client has spent and how they're tying up the community, I sit there and I think, well, what about this? What about bills to local workers and engineers and contractors? $4.4 million and $600,000, and we're looking for a one-year extension to complete this hotel in July 2017 as scheduled. And I'm happy to provide PDFs of all of this. By the way, legal bills were not included in the $4.4 million, just in case you were concerned.
Didn't put your cost on there, did you?
Oh, then there'd be about $6 million.
Doesn't show me a lot of Nanaimo companies. I didn't see that, but I appreciate having that. That's good.
Levelton, and I believe they're...
started engaging Williamson Land Survey as well. That was another one.
So I have a follow-up.
Sure.
The deal that we've had has been running for a while. It's over, it's now has expired. We had hoped to meet your deadlines and understand the world economy reasonably well. Now you want to give up first right of refusal for the convention center. There's other issues tied to this agreement.
Mm-hmm.
If we said no and purchased the property back, could you not continue on and just restart again with a new contract in place?
After spending $5 million, I mean, it's my client's decision whether they would make, but I'm going to say it because I'm a guy
Is it not all transferable to a new application?
Yeah, and then we start from scratch with everything. Everything starts from scratch.
All
we've
the
gotta
plans,
develop-
the plans would be the same. All of
gotta-
this
we-
design would be the same because it's
gotta-
still the same
we-
site. We would just draw up a new contract for the
And we
property.
would put it on hold. Well, to that I say two things to you. Number one, Kelowna and Penticton have as recently as 1 month asked us to build a hotel there. Number two is, I think if you say no, we get a message. And the message comes from you and to everyone who wants to develop in Nanaimo, is that we don't welcome it because in municipalities I've dealt with, and I've dealt with Nanaimo before when Costco came here many, many, many years ago, and this was one of the best cities we ever dealt with the most wonderful staff. When you say no, we're not going to give you a 1-year extension, it sends a message not only to me, but to my client and everybody. Don't count on us to be forgiving. And by the way, can I ask you?
Well, can I say something? I
yeah,
was
sure.
on that council. I was on that council that voted for Costco.
Right.
Actually voted against it, but it turned out okay. But I didn't like the drain on our economy of shipping all of our money to an external agency.
I remember.
You remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Thank you.
I remember. Can I just say to you as well, though, is like I've been a lawyer for 37 years, and I look at the chances, and I'm also a dad, and I always evaluate what's there to lose. And in this situation, I go, there's no backup. You turned it around to me and you said, can't your client start again? And I said, I don't know if they would. But I'm looking at your case. What do you have to lose by granting the extension? There's nobody in the backyard. There's nobody looking to do this. My client has networked with everybody from Great Canadian Casino to people to build this hotel. They're saying to you now the time is right. Why put it on hold?
I want to respond. What would change the deal for me is I know you've spent money, $4 million I see now, and you would recover that once the building is completed. That's part of your building plan and project money. But from my perspective, opening it up now would mean that there's free enterprise involved and somebody else could look at it. I'm not certain if anybody out there is going to look at this property. So I appreciate the fact that you do it. And from the fatherly thing, I have kids too, and I worry about them. But from my perspective, it's a tough one.
By the way, I apologize my passion for this. I share it with Brent. I'm compassionate about this project. I've worked with these people. They're very sincere and kind people. And it's a bitter pill to swallow when what you do is you throw out all the rules, all the agreements, everything you've done to date, and say, let's start again. Anyway, other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Can I have a follow-up then?
We do have other speakers, Councillor Cabinet.
Well, it's about, if we got a new deal, then we'd get something up front for us that if you didn't perform next time, we get something out of it.
Now,
we've had too many non-performers.
I appreciate that, but how many people have you had in the past who have put $4.4 million into a project such as this? And how many people have you had that have come with 6 or 7 people before a council meeting, asked for a fairly routine extension so that they can get back on track and build a hotel? And what do you think the next person who might be concerned with building a hotel and comes to council and says, we just need another year to get our foundation permit, and there will be building permit applications soon, and we will be in discussions on 100 different issues here. What message are you giving to the next person who comes down the line? When they don't meet their 1 year, are you going to say, throw everything out? We're going to go back to the public again and see what else we can get. That's not a message I think you want to send anybody, in my humble opinion.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Great theatre. No wonder you've been in law for 37 years. When we spoke to runner-up or Miss Universe, Miss Congeniality for sure. I just wanted to talk, what would other people think about the city of Nanaimo if they came to do business with us? And I hope that they would say that when you get there, cross your T's and dot your I's. We did not, as a city, put a gun to anybody's head on the agreement that we signed. Both parties signed the agreement as willing participants. Milestone dates, achievements by those milestone dates, end dates, exit clause, and really what we're talking about right now is an exit clause, because like everybody, when you make a mistake, you learn from your mistakes. We made a mistake on our previous arrangement, contract, agreement with the previous group before you. And it cost us millions. Millions. We didn't have our T's crossed and our I's dotted. And we extended things, I think, irresponsibly. And so now we have a contract that we have not negated. We just find ourselves at that point in the contract where we have an option and a decision to make moving forward so that we don't make the same mistake we made last time.
I accept that.
A real costly one.
I accept that. But I think, number one, I think it's wrong to punish my client for the sins of what went on before.
I think it's important to know where we've come from.
And
when we hear all about what you just said, what are people going to think of coming to Nanaimo to do business? That we were pushovers before, and we've learned. We're growing up.
I appreciate that. And I was, like I said, I'm not being judgmental here. But when I look at it, because I'm a dirt lawyer, I can't hammer in a nail, but I've been involved in dirt and development for 37, 38 years. And in my experience, extensions like this are basically matters of course. But I want to address something that you said to me that I found particularly interesting, is that we have a concept in law that we call force majeure, which is when circumstances arise that make things impossible. And first of all, I wanted to go on record because there was some talk about PNP immigration, that this was all something to do with PNP immigration. So I'm going to ask members of the council today and reiterate perhaps what was said before. Who would build a $50 million hotel when the requirement was only $200,000? Okay, so the issue here was we went in, and Linda, we went through the numbers before because we were trying to get permits for our managers in China, our engineers to come in to work with people here. And how long were those permits? When were the applications made? Shortly after they purchased. And as people who have dealt with this before, how long was it in limbo?
At that time, it was 3 to 4 months processing time, but after applications were submitted, it just, we hear nothing from the immigration authorities, and just waiting.
For months and months and months and months. And even when March 31st came down and everything was changed, we're waiting to hear now in what, July? And we don't know.
Yeah, the immigration will open on July 1st, but nobody knows what the policy will be.
Nobody knows what the policy will be. So my point is that this is not somebody disregarding a contract. This is not somebody taking advantage of a contract. This is someone doing everything they can to fulfill the contract and being intervened by a governmental authority, not issuing needed work visas so that people can come from China to work on the project here.
Thank you. Thank you. So we learned that it wasn't a PNP concern or issue anymore. We learned that, I don't know, a month ago or so.
Good. I'm glad.
So I understand that not to be an issue, and that's been resolved. I just have to ask, we have not heard, or at least I haven't, about the right of first refusal for the operations of this venue being potentially transferred to the runner-up.
It was on the slide panel. We're prepared to do that.
Okay, well, I might not be prepared to do that.
I'm sorry. Yes, it is.
I might not be prepared to say that, well, the Great Canadian Casino is our next best
I'm saying to you that that's one issue we're prepared to back off with. Our choice is Great Canadians Casino, because we know, and I know, what the amazing things that they've done in local communities, in particular in Richmond, where they've taken a warehouse industrial area that was formerly, I think, with steel and iron and whatever, and turned it into a luxury hotel that's a tourism center for conventions for all across the world.
And I think that they're a wonderful organization. I just didn't know that your willingness to identify who would be runner-up to you. I didn't know that, so I now I do.
I had understood that Mr. Keeling has appeared at both at one public hearing and one in-camera hearing, and we wanted to support that, to say we would not let that stand in our way for your going to him.
Okay, thank you. When Mr. Keeling came to see us, he didn't indicate that their willingness or the notion of assuming the operations of the Vancouver Island Conference Centre in that delivery. He indicated that he was supportive of the SSS Manheo project on that site, and that they have a $12 to $14 million enhancement of their site, and they would be proceeding within 8 to 10 weeks of the Ministry of Finance, I think it was, giving them the green light, whether there was a hotel there or not, or whether the hotel was SSS Manheo or Ramada. So that was the message that I took from Mr. Keeling's presentation. So what were the allocation of who may or may not operate the Vancouver Island Conference Centre and the first right of refusal is you passing the torch to the Great Canadian Casino.
It could be to anybody that we felt, and I haven't spoken to my client about this, but the general concept was anyone we felt who could do a good job of managing the convention centre and work with the local community and the theatre and the casino itself and the other hotels here to work together for tourism, we thought was a great thing. And
thank you. And I'm not suggesting in theory that doesn't sound wonderful. I do have some concerns, and when you indicate that nothing's changed, completion by 2017 July, open 1 year later, July 2018, so everything's the same. Well, everything isn't the same because the contract hasn't been executed, and we're being persecuted for the contract that we didn't violate. We haven't violated, we haven't done anything other than meet the terms of the agreement.
Just so you know, it's tremendously unusual. In my 38 years of experience, I have never seen a contract with a city dictate when foundations had to be laid and inspected. And so I'm telling you, that didn't come from us, that came from you. And what I'm saying to you, notwithstanding that it came from you, my client in earnest set out to meet those deadlines, but we've fallen short of the deadlines. And we take the seriousness of meeting the contractual obligations here. That's the point I want to make. And I use the example of the force majeure, not to sound like a broken record, but had things been different, and we had a government that responded in less than 2 years to an application for permits, we wouldn't be here.
Thank you. So for me to take this seriously, and you've brought it up, 4.4 million plus another 6, so 5 million. You brought dollars into the equation. So for me, it's a performance bond.
Well, I've been told that that's unacceptable in accordance with your governing legislation, that you're not able to get a performance bond for that. But I also want to point out to you, and Ted, you probably know this, I believe the development permit right in it, it was issued, I think, September 17th, 2013, and it provides that words like the construction has to be substantially completed, commenced by a year, 2 years. I think it's October 7th, October 8th, 2015, which is a bare 4 months away. We got to get busy.
Yeah, so I'm not. So for me, the rubber hits the road with dollars. So when we've found ourselves in this position before, we put the money out. I know it's not a penalty. So for me to be comfortable moving forward, if you said, Mayor and Council, we're going to provide you, whether we can or can't, and this is one of the reasons why I don't like this agreement. I don't like this agreement. I think you're a private developer. There's a piece of dirt over there. If it's a good business plan, you're going to go build on it because it's a great business plan. You get the 10-year tax exception, you get the DCCs, you get, like we're trying to introduce to every person to build downtown or renovate or reestablish something downtown. Same deal. So for me, if you said, Councillor Bestwick, we're putting $1 million on the line, that's how confident I am that my client is going to be in the dirt. It's going to be built by 2017. It's opening in 2018. If we don't reach those milestones, it's your money.
Well, I'm told you don't have the authority to do that,
Well,
and I don't have any instructions on that. But I'm going to again say to you, I appreciate the city has money in this project. I'd like to know what money, other than legal, has the city got in dealing with my client right now?
$65,000 we paid for some promotion, I understand.
For me, sir, it's not about how much money we invest in a private developer's project at this point. We have a contract. We have a 2-year contract. The contract hasn't been fulfilled. So here we are sitting there. Do we proceed or do we not proceed? Do we extend or do we not extend? For how long do we extend or not extend? Do we change the contract more than just the extension? We're going to strike off the first right of refusal to operate the conference center, and we're going to pass that to somebody else. And so it's, again, to me, it goes wishy-washy.
I respect your position, and my reply only to that is that given the amount that my client has already financially invested in this property, that from my perspective, what does the city have to lose? Because it has to lose by saying to my client, we won't grant you the extension, or we're going to defer the decision on the extension, because that reads, we don't want you, period.
So I don't see it that way. We give you your money back. You can buy the property from us in 72 hours from now and go build a hotel.
No, we can't.
It's all good.
We can't. There is absolutely nothing in any of the agreements that say we have the right to buy back the property. To the contrary, we have registered agreements and signed on agreements that said we will complete construction of the hotel by July 2017. It will open a year later, that we will have a minimum of 200 hotel rooms, 150 will be held for the conference center. All of those things go thrown out the window. We start from scratch again. Unless you're telling me today, if you're telling me and giving me a message from council that I'd like, then we have to adjourn and speak to my client. Come to see us next December. We're going to sell you the property back for $600,000 on exactly the same terms and conditions. You can now wait till 2020 because we've just wasted a year doing this. Let me get instructions.
Thank you. So when you speak to the contract and it's saying what it said, so the contract was on a 70,000 person tourists coming to Nanaimo when this thing's built annually.
I can't remember.
So we're not going to. So that's.
By the way, can I tell you, and I still have it in my file, and I'm happy to send it to council members. When my client was first approached with respect to the project, the purchase price for the property was $1.
And your point is?
My point is, my client's already paid $600,000 more than that $1.
Well, we're good at giving things away for $1, so I'm glad that we learned another lesson.
Anyway,
I'm glad we learned another lesson. Not
Councillor Bestwick, I've got 5 other people waiting on the speaker's list. Can we wrap it, please?
They can have as much time as I've taken. This is our only opportunity we've had in 2 years to have this conversation. So I'll give way to the next speakers, and I'll put my name back on if I need to. Thank you.
I have no doubt you will. Thank you. Next question. I want a point of clarification. Would you like to?
That's Diana's.
No. You're not up next. I was just wondering if we could get back to the meeting here. Yeah. Thank you. Next question is for Mr. Swaby, and it's to clarify something that was said here with respect to first right of refusal to operate the Vancouver Island Conference Centre. It's my understanding, after looking at these documents over and over and over again, that's never been in the contract, ever. It was the first right to negotiate the right to operate the conference centre. So when Mr. Ehrlich suggests that he would be prepared to pass that up, to someone else, such as Great Canadian, it is not to operate the conference center, it's to negotiate the right to operate the conference center.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's exactly right.
Very different, in my view. Next speaker, Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for clarifying that. That was one of my questions. Through you to the delegation, Mr. Ehrlich, thank you. I enjoyed your presentation. I appreciate your passion. And I'm sure that you can also, on the other hand, appreciate some of the frustration you're probably sensing from this council. Frustration caused, I would say, in my opinion, by failure to meet deadlines and poor communication. And I think that's been a real problem, a serious problem, to the point where it's put this project in jeopardy. I like to look forward. I like to be optimistic. But I would like to hear from you your assurances that the problems that caused the failure to meet deadlines and the poor communication will be remedied as we move forward, if indeed we do move forward.
Well, I'm a lawyer. If it were my personal buck on the plate, you'd have that. I can tell you that these slides were prepared after consultation with my client, and they do plan to upstate, because I think they have a sense now of what the lack of communication with you has caused. But I say the lack of communication, I can tell you that notwithstanding that there haven't been weekly, monthly, quarterly reports to you, as all these bills will evidence, there's been ongoing discussions and ongoing tests. As at the end of December, early January, I was negotiating with a utility provider. I understand that trips have been made here in February and March to meet with various people to talk about this project. So I understand what you're saying. The best I can say in my circumstances is the solicitor for SSS Van Howe. Those are my instructions. That's what my client has told me. And if you want to ask the questions directly of my client, they're here. You're welcome to ask them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And by the way, just addressing something, the word baggage comes to mind. You know, when you enter into a second marriage or a second relationship and there's kids and there's problems and financial, it comes with baggage. Well, the convention center comes with baggage, and there's history, and I know you're sensitive to it. But every time I walk into this beautiful facility, I wish Vancouver had something like this. Anyway.
Okay. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. Much better than the one we had 2 weeks ago. With your questions...
By the way, can I address that?
Yeah.
I don't like to get personal here. No. My brother passed away 3 weeks ago, and I heard about the council meeting for the first time on a Wednesday afternoon. And it was the day before we buried him. And I just couldn't muster enough strength to come here on the Monday. So, and I won't take your comment to be, this golden woman said, let me take this off your hands, Perry. You should be with your family, not at the city of Nanaimo.
Thank you for that. Like I said, it's a presentation. I don't really expect lawyers to make me pretty slides. That's probably not their job. Whoever made those slides are pretty. I like them. Back to the topic on hand here. With regards to your questions, you said November 2nd, you're planning on the ground prep foundation work. When are you going to apply for a building permit?
Building permit application is through the architect and through the client. So as the contractor, the permits that we are involved with are the mechanical permit, which would probably be through West Bay, and the electrical permit, which would be probably through Canham. So typically it's just the trade permits that we're involved with as a contractor.
Well, question to the staff then, timeframes for them to realistically to start November 2nd ground prep and foundation.
Just so you know, we're waiting to hear from the council whether you approve the extension or not, because our first goal after that is to start finalizing and putting things together to accomplish the milestones.
Thank you for your comment. I would like to address staff with regards to their knowledge on the time frame that is required for a building permit to go through all the processes that is required for a November the 2nd ground preparation for foundations. Thank you.
Your Worship, as Council is aware, a considerable amount of work has already been done on the building permit for this application. So assuming it was proceeding with a similar permit, staff would estimate between 4 and 6 weeks would be required from the time of application to November. So you're looking at something, near the end of September. You'd probably be minimum to get that application in.
Great. Thank you. And then with regards to some of your comments, like Nanaimo, they don't welcome it. Well, that's not the case. We welcome it in Nanaimo. You know, I want to send the message out to anybody else that's going to come do business here is we're open for business. Don't take Nanaimo as a joke, because it has been perceived as a joke over the previous years in this previous hotel as promised throughout the decade. We want a hotel. I don't think there's anybody that doubts that we want a hotel, but we're just looking for the right person that is going to come and follow through with their promises. And this is the problem I have right now, is the promise has been broken. So as you can see where we are on edge with how are you going to remedy this? We have done nothing wrong. We've had a contract, promises has been broken, and it's never been relayed to us. So we need to know on assurances of what we're going to do is like, you can promise everything. How are you going to follow through with these promises that you've done?
Okay, let's play worst possible scenario. Let's play Great Canadian Casino. We've got a situation, my client is already $5 million in this project. Is it financially responsible for them to walk away from $5 million? No.
So on that note, if I'd like to rebut, I'm sorry about this. What does it hurt for them to put money down?
Well,
even if it's not legally, so we can say that you're going to be doing work on Piper's Park. What is to stop you from tomorrow, applying to the city for a permit to restart doing that work right now? As a gesture of good faith.
Well, we came here today to the meeting establishing the geotechnical, the engineering, the environmental, the architectural, the design, the interior design that we've done. I don't think my clients, do you want to check with them, Linda? They're not prepared to put a letter of credit or a bond to get a 1-year extension. Before, no. No.
And then my question again is with those invoices, when were they done? Were they recent? Were they old invoices that were done previous to we've lost dark communication? You know, when has they proceeded on this project? Because we, the city, the staff, have not been informed of what's been going on at all or communicated with us.
But with respect, those are not normal things. Brent, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know where cities, municipalities even want to hear that from developers. They want gale dates met, they want building permits in, DP is in, foundation permits come and inspect. The concept of the dates you retained, Levelton to check out your environmental, was there a tank on the property? I mean, those types of issues, they're not the subject of general chit-chat with city council or with the staff.
I would say more so towards completion dates of the overall project. In this case, there's a deliverable that's kind of and for the city, and that's different than a normal project. Usually the municipalities are saying you cannot start this until this time. I think, with respect to the council, we appreciate that the council does want to move this project forward, and we're hoping to be the team that gets a chance to get this done. And along that lines, 8 of the major trade packages right now are local trades that are incumbent for that. If there's a delay and we have to retender that, it might end up totally different with the outcome, and maybe there would be a bit less local participation. We can't speculate.
Well, I just took as a sample. I clicked through Integral Group. I don't even know what the Integral Group does.
Mechanical and electrical consulting.
Okay, and I see invoices here from September and July 2014.
Yeah. September.
Can I stop you for just a second, Mr. Ehrlich and Mr. Olin? We've got to get you to talk into your microphones.
I'm sorry.
We've not only got people in the room, but we've got other folks out there.
Sorry, I didn't do an audit of these invoices. I was just given a copy, but I just pulled out one here. And there are invoices here from 2014 all the way through the year.
What have they done?
Which is, we're halfway.
So that's my question, is what have they done recently in the last 6 months is where my concern is.
We've been waiting for the visas to enable our engineering staff to come in. It was on the March date that things came to do. And in fact, we were trying to balance that off as well, as some of you know, by considering other options for redevelopment that could work around that. You know, maybe partnering up with the Great Canadian Casino on something. And the bottom line is simply this, is that It hasn't been for 6 months, nothing has happened. It hasn't been that way. And I can tell you, I'm bound by confidentiality, but in January of this year, I was entering into substantial agreements on behalf of my client with respect to a utility provider.
What's a utility provider?
Thank you. Councillor Fuller. I wonder if I can remind council that we've got presentations here, and we'd like to move it along if we can. Councillor Fuller.
Thanks for the reminder. I'll try and be as concise as possible, but it's a bit difficult, and I might have to ask for an extension of time. A little bit of humor, extension humor. You mentioned, okay, I'm going to start. You mentioned that there were trips made to Nanaimo in February and March, but oddly enough, those trips weren't made to talk to us and give us an update on how things were going, knowing that the deadline of May 30th was coming up. You also say that if we choose not to give you an extension, which extensions you say are commonplace and really expected, that we would be seen by other developers as a place not to go to. I actually think if it would send the opposite message, in that if you're going to plan a development, then you meet your deadlines. You honor what is written. Do you believe contracts should be honored?
Well, of course, I'm a lawyer, but I also believe that when people have a common goal to get a project done, and the people admit they've made errors in the past and they're moving forward and they establish good faith by showing the money that they've got in the project, and there's nothing to lose by giving the benefit of the doubt, you give the benefit of the doubt. I'm having, on a personal basis, not understanding that. And that's why I go to that ugly place. And it's an ugly place because of the message you give. I mean, we talked about being a father. There are certain messages you give to your children that you don't go to that ugly place because, you know, it's devastating. Is a city, of course, gives concepts that says we enforce our deadlines. I acknowledge that. I accept that. But the message that would come out of a meeting today that would deny this extension would be, developer, after 2 years and spending $5 million in Nanaimo, bringing a team of people, including the contractor, to them with a schedule of how things are expected to play out, are told no. I don't know how you can look on the spin and say that that doesn't send a message. That somebody listening to that isn't going to say, what about if we're in the same boat, except it's not a visa problem, it's a problem with getting materials. Or it's a problem getting branding from Hyatt. Or it's a problem that we all of a sudden found that there's an environmental issue here that we didn't know about.
So going back to the extensions and that, you know, extensions should be suspected, I have to wonder that in this contract, it would have been quite simple to have asked for, you know, the ability for 1 or 2 one-year extensions to the deadlines. I mean, right now we've got another proposal for a hotel from Hilton. We've just read on the weekend about something from the Howard Johnson proposing to redevelop that site. Whether we have a hotel at this site is starting to matter less and less. Well, but by putting it back up for sale, if we take advantage of our option to purchase back, put it back up for sale, SSS Manhow, like any other company, could work to purchase that property back the following day. And we would look at that, and a new contract would be entered into. And if that new contract actually stated in it that there might be a need for a year extension, I'm sure we would take that into account. That wasn't in this contract. This contract said May 30th, 2015.
I appreciate that, but now my client is being tainted by the fact that they were presented with all of these agreements. I think that there were 4 or 5 in total, and this is what we like. the complicated one in particular with respect to the availability of conference rooms. And we basically said yes, 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 yes. And hindsight is 20/20, but we thought we would be able to meet the deadline. I understand and I respect your position. I know where you're going with it. The issue is this: when it comes time to bid this job, do you, sir, on a personal basis, feel comfortable if, for example, somebody were prepared to pay $800,000 or $900,000 for the property, but hadn't put any amount of money in it? Do you not value the money that my client has already put in this property and the time that it's going to take council to work through the legal and the procedural issues to deal with the new purchaser down the road? There's a cost to that. That procedure took us, 4 months? It took us 4 or 5 months to work through this offer.
I totally agree, and I empathize with the amount of money that's gone into it, $4+ million. But like you say, would I take that into account? Well, if we vote this down and it goes up for sale, you may want to be the ones that are coming in saying, wait a minute, we're going to give you more than the assessed price because we have this money invested. So it's up to you.
Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the presentation, sir. Passionate as well. A few comments. You touched on earlier baggage, the baggage at the conference center. This exact conversation has baggage. This conversation has baggage pre my time in the seat. Just got here in December. I never liked the contract before when I used to not be in the seat, and I still don't like the present day arrangement. I believe, with due respect, probably a profound lawyer, which I totally respect. Don't know your work, don't know you, but it's nice to meet you today. But that's the problem, meeting you today. When this new council came in, we should have been briefed. You should have suggested to your client, we should go brief these new guys and lady, ma'am in the corner, about this new crew in town. Because this is the first conversation we have. So that's why we're going to take a while tonight. We have not had a conversation with anyone in our city on this, at this magnitude. So there's baggage. So the communication has been horrible. Maybe it's been our end, your end, I don't know. But the communication has been absolutely horrible. So I would have suggested we should have met with these people, what we're referring to us, not in the well past the 11th hour. Yes, I'm frustrated. Yes, do I want a hotel? Absolutely. I want 3 hotels. I hear of a couple other hotel opportunities. Will it happen? I don't know.
Could I address that issue?
Well, I'm not done. No, you've been interrupted, Illinois, so let me finish, please. Sure. And then you can give me a borderline lecture. So, so I stand by what I said to the gentleman the other day, is we need a performance bond of some sort. Maybe I think what Councillor Hong was suggesting. I keep hearing yourself name dropping the Great Canadian Casino quite often in this presentation. Why would you collaborate or something, do something to show this council the will that we really mean business and we want to get it done to these deadlines? Because I don't feel it. I do not feel it, and I'm not going to be given the runaround on fate or hope. You're a lawyer and dealing with business people. We need concrete resolution. And what if you don't reach those things? What would the penalties be? I'm not here to be punitive. I need real resolution because we cannot go down this pathway the city has in the past. So I stand still by what I said in that room, some form of performance bond, besides a park. Because to me, the park's nice, don't get me wrong. But that had to happen anyways in some way, shape, or form, or at least I would hope it would. So there's where I am, sir.
I accept what you're going to say. I'll address just 2 things. Number one is, when you, sir, raised the issue about the hotels coming into town, I think the best thing for Nanaimo is that you should have a full deck of hotels here, because one of my friends used to be the manager of the Bay, and the worst thing that happened to the manager at the Bay downtown Vancouver was when Eaton's closed their door. Yeah. Because where there is competition, there is business, and when there is no competition, the business goes away. The second thing I'd like to ask you is, when I hear performance bond, I hear one word: punishment. Punishment. Punishment.
Well, I hear accountability, so we got different lenses. That's fine.
No, but that's what I hear, because that's what people do. That's what performance bonds and letters of credit. You enter into an agreement to buy certain product, and you don't trust the person, so you ask for a letter of credit. there's no sense us going down that road, because I recall from one of the staff reports, if I'm not incorrect, Ted, you spoke to your solicitors and a performance bond is not possible. That was clearly in the recommendation, I believe even mentioned as well. So going down that road and saying, gee, we'd like a performance bond, it's not available to you. Oh, well, and you know, the other thing is simply this, is that Linda just mentioned to me as well, and the second point I was going to address, tied up with that, is communication goes both ways. And communication goes both ways, and I've had a wonderful dealing with your staff, but my client was of the mistaken belief that because of the money they had invested, and because of their sincerity in coming here and building this project in the first place, that an extension would not be a problem. I think that's.
And our client, they are quite shocked and surprised that it's been so difficult. We were talking earlier today, and they're like, we didn't know it's so serious. We didn't receive anything from the city saying that it's approaching 3 months, 2 months, you need to give us an update. So they thought that they're doing things. They thought the city know that they're working, and they didn't know all of a sudden this is so serious and difficult, and they were really in shock. They were intimidated actually last time too, and this time. And I'm just trying to convey their feelings that there's no letter or no email, no phone calls from the city saying that what's going on. But all of a sudden, when it's in May, we send a letter, ask for an extension. And all of a sudden, it's so difficult for them.
And that being said, I understand it. But I understand as well from my client's perspective of what's going on here. But my client, and it's one of the fundamental basis of there has to be more communication, there has to be more reporting. You need to know what's going on a daily basis or a weekly, monthly, whatever it is, basis, so that you feel confident that something's happened, that months and months go by that you go, well, that was a mistake, we shouldn't have granted the extension, nothing's happening. You deserve the reporting. And that's not a problem. It was part of the slide here that we would provide that to you.
Just to conclude, Mr. Mayor, I know we got speakers list. So what if this time frame was granted and we are where we are today? And it's easy to say, well, there's no, I hear everyone in the NAM saying there's no plan B. Well, there's no plan B because it's all tied up in this. So how will we ever know? And then if, say, this doesn't come to fruition, then what? It's easy for everyone else to go their merry way, and we're politically stuck with this baggage, as you say.
Look, you're more passionate about this than I am because you've been here and you've seen the problems, and I respect that. But I'm also looking at this on the practical basis, is what are the chances, considering it was many months even to put this deal together and all the 6 or 8 or 5 or whatever the number of agreements were, what are the chances that in 11 months from today, you're going to be able to secure someone else to put all those agreements together? And by the way, my client's agreements did not have the standard condition precedents. My client took a leap of faith. We accepted there was no environmental covenant here, environmental condition. There was no environmental condition. They bought it without an environmental condition. The work done by the environmental consultant was all after they bought. So I guess my point in all of this is I reiterate to you, and this is, if everybody's finished speaking, I'd just like to say, I would really urge you to support an extension from a year from today. And the other issue is that you rely on your staff when they in their reports support this, which they did. The alternative of putting off the decision is not a decision, because what it means is that you have the right to buy it back in the next 4 or 5, 6 months. If you don't, the project becomes impossible to complete because everything says we have to complete the project. And this project can't be completed in a year and a half.
No.
We can't start talking to put our contractor under an agreement, under our architect to do building permit plans. We can't start that project until that happens. So I urge you to consider the extension for a year from today. I thank you for the time. I hope I didn't offend anybody today. My passion comes from working with these people since early 2013 and feeling very vested in this project and really vested in the fact that I believe it can happen. Thank you.
We have more questions.
Oh,
Councillor Brennan.
actually, I don't have a question. I want to thank you for your presentation. I want to thank you for undergoing the grilling that you have.
I'm used to it.
But my comments really are to my colleagues and just with regard to the process we're using here. And it seems to me we have been grilling the delegation, the presentation, when I think in fact what we should be doing is asking questions, clarifying what the debate will be, and then debate among ourselves about whether we're going to extend or not extend. Really, we should not be having to justify to the presenter how we are going to speak to one another in our eventual debate on this question. So that's really what I wanted to say. I think you've given us lots of information. I thank you very much for it. I agree with lots of your points. In particular, I believe that we have consistent information that a performance bond is outside of our authority and would be unenforceable, and I don't know why we would badger this individual about that when we know that. Anyway, it would be my preference if we had a debate among ourselves about whether we think, given the information we have, we should proceed, rather than trying to justify ourselves to the presenters. Because really, we don't have to justify to them. We make decisions, and we make them after debating among ourselves. It's the council's job.
Councillor Bestwick, you have further questions for the delegation?
That's fine. I'm looking anxiously forward to the debate.
Thank you. Motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Fuller, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you very much.
So, Your Worship, will
All
there
those-
be like a delegation and then we'll get a formal decision? Is that what
Yes.
happens?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All those in favor?
Thank
Opposed?
you.
Carried.
Thank you for all your
Thank
time.
you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, thank you for taking the stand you did with respect to the swastikas. My father is a Holocaust survivor. He goes throughout British Columbia talking about this because his bigger picture is not about the prejudice that was and the racism toward Jews, but to everyone. Because wherever there's a swastika, there is somebody who thinks that they are better than someone else. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 6 additional delegations. Each one of them is entitled to 5 minutes each. First one is Mr. Kim Smythe from the Greater Nanaimo Chamber of Commerce. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and Council. It's going to be a difficult night, and I will be very quick with my address to you. Of course, I'm standing here. I'm going to bring the support of the Chamber of Commerce to the extension of the deadline, and ask you to seriously consider option 2 in the staff report tonight. We believe that is the only viable option since there is no plan B ready to move to. Nobody's standing in the wings waiting to enter into a negotiation for sale of the land for the purpose of building a hotel such as is described in the SSS Manheo, original offer to purchase, and subsequent covenants and agreements with the city. I also echo the proponent's statements that if the finish line hasn't moved, it should not be that important when the start line needs to. We are assured by the proponent that opening day will still happen as per the original schedule, and that's, of course, the most important thing is where do we end up with in July of 2017. Chamber wishes to remind Council of the significant positive economic impact for local businesses. I want to mention that Chuck Keeling, Vice President of Great Canadian Gaming, is in the gallery tonight showing encouragement for the Chamber's delegation and its support for the project. Obviously, Mr. Keeling's business will be greatly impacted by an insurgence of new tourists and conference delegates, and I'm sure any of their plans for investing in expansion and further developments in Nanaimo will be influenced by how soon we'll be able to welcome these new visitors. In our opinion, many of the 5,600 businesses licensed in Nanaimo will feel positive benefits from having this hotel operating sooner rather than later. Of course, the sooner the project gets underway, the sooner we'll see the impact on these businesses from construction. Then, as an operating entity, the impacts will be felt through ongoing procurement opportunities for local businesses. And finally, over 500 local businesses who self-identified tourism as their major or exclusive source of revenue. And let me remind you that 500 businesses exceeds 10% of the total businesses in this community. These self-identify as tourism as their major or exclusive source of revenue will benefit from the direct impact of the tourism activity that SSS Manheo Company brings to our region. Jobs and careers, increased business activity, and the missing piece of the puzzle to realize the potential for the success of our conference centre are factors that point to this community supporting and working closely with the proponent. Finally, as pointed out by the NEDC and Tourism Nanaimo some time ago, SSS Manhao Hotel Project stands to act as a catalyst for the development of new tourism opportunities in the Nanaimo region, opportunities that we know we need to exploit as much as possible as we move forward and help to complete the total tourism package for Nanaimo. New opportunities, new jobs, new business, 3 reasons we do not want to hit the restart button tonight and start the process of waiting another 8 to 10 years to get back to where we are tonight. So that's from the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, call receipt of the delegation. Move receipt. Seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next delegation, Mr. Dave Hammond. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dave Hammond. I live at 3712 Glen Oaks Drive here in Nanaimo, and I'm here to speak in favor of the staff recommendation that Council extend the option to purchase agreement by 1 year. Together with Bob Moss, I submitted a letter of support to Council when this item was on the agenda 2 weeks ago, I believe it was. You have that letter, so I'm not going to repeat everything that was in it, except to say that I took my own time and my own money to visit these folks at their business in China and look to meet the people, to look at their marketing efforts. And I came away believing in them, their ability to deliver, and their commitment to this project, and I believe that has not changed. I share the frustration of the lack of communication and the delays in this project, and my experience is that this often happens in large projects like this. But I think it would be a poor choice on many levels to cancel the contract, to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. There's been a lot of discussion back and forth between the presenter and Council about some of the other things that I was going to address, so I'm not going to do that in the interest of time. What I would like to say, though, some of the councillors have talked about opening it up to offers with perhaps some other folks out there. Even if there was other folks out there, which I don't think there is, a new buyer would take a lot of time to complete their due diligence. And I would think that 6 months would not be an unreasonable period of time. We know how these work. So 6 months down the road, we may or may not be any further ahead than we are today. And so some councillors have said, well, where are we going to be with this deal 6 months from now? Well, I think we'll be a lot further along, and we'll know for sure one way or the other. I don't think it should be taken lightly. They've spent a lot of time and effort and money, and I think that that should be recognized. The success of this project provides many benefits to the citizens of Nanaimo, and I urge you to accept the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. I appreciate your knowledge and insight into it. You're a businessman. You've done a lot of real estate deals. We've been hung up on this one for a long time. We've given up Civic Arena, millions of dollars. We've given up infrastructure we've put in the ground for condominiums. We've promised this convention center. This thing we're sitting in is $30 million or more over budget when it come up. I mean, eventually a dream has to wake up for me. And we haven't got anything out of this as a city except some fights from the yes side and the no side. We've been struggling with trying to make a decision on that. Strong lobby in favor of the hope that that will happen. And I understand that, but when you visited, and I'm glad you went on your own coin, was that when you visited, did we pay for the 65, or was that what our $65,000 went to pay for that presentation that you saw? That concerns me. I don't know where it went. I don't know where that comes from NEDC. So with me, I mean, we need people here to make economy. We need to continue to grow. But isn't there a point when we've invested just too much and this is, I don't know how we can say, we'd almost been able to give people money in Nanaimo against their taxes, reduce taxes and things, but we've spent well over on this hotel and this center, $100 million probably in years. Is there no repurposing, no rethinking of this, no reevaluating where we're at with this? It's just keep plugging forward and hoping the tax dollars can continue to promote this? Am I off?
So on the point of the item on the agenda tonight, I don't think your comments are appropriate for this application. You've itemized a lot of different things where we've been in the past. You can't put that on these folks. And so I think that I've already stated that I am in support of the application and the reasons why.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call for receipt of the delegation.
So moved.
So moved. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Jim Turley. You have up to 5 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Well, I'll be quicker than that. So, Your Worship and Council members, thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you tonight. I apologize for the slowness in getting here, but I refereed 5 games this week, and my little legs are telling me, what the hell are you thinking? So, anyway. I, too, am here to speak in favor of the extension that the proponent has asked for. I actually learned quite a few things tonight in listening to him that I wasn't aware of before, like the amount of money they've already invested in it, and the purchase of the property at market value, and the city has the option of buying it back. That I knew before. But what I'm really here to discuss tonight is kind of the property tax implications that I really truly believe that the general public out there don't fully understand. And I say that because I was talking to a school trustee just a couple of weeks ago, and I won't say he or she because I don't want to give it away, but had no idea that the property tax had included payment for the school board. And I found that kind of surprising. Anyway, it's my understanding that the property tax 10-year exemption is for the completed hotel is on solely for the city portion of the tax bill that we all receive. The exemption, there's no exemption to school tax, regional district tax, regional district parks, regional district sewer benefiting area. I got this all off my tax notice. Regional hospital district, regional parks and trail parcel tax, the BIA levy, and last but not least, the VI Vancouver Island Regional Library tax. These are all payable by the proponent as long as they own the property. And I know many of you sit on the regional district, and a lot of the things I listed here go directly to the regional district. So I'm kind of confused why you'd be opposed to granting an extension when they're going to continue helping out the regional district. So the combined city general tax, which would be payable 10 years after construction is completed, plus the ones I've listed, in my mind, make a real financial benefit to our city and the regional district. I mean, the whole thing in my mind is extremely attractive. In my opinion, the increase in revenue is worth waiting another year for. Try as I might, I cannot see any compelling reason not to grant the extension. After all, good things do take time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Kitt?
Thank you. Similar questions, but I'll go past it. The taxes, you realize that taxes don't cover the costs of what we do in Nanaimo. You realize because we have development cost charges, we have user fees, we have other government downloads and things. So taxes in themselves don't pay for what they cost. If we just had taxation now, we'd be in trouble. But so, do you believe there's eventually an end to a dream, Jim, on some of these things, or you just keep going? Because I see that this is not really a convention center hotel so much as a tourist hotel. And we've wanted a convention center hotel, 170 rooms or more to make this place viable. But I'm hearing 70,000 tourists, that accumulates a lot of days in a hotel. And I'm not certain, and then of course our convention business is down too.
Okay, so I'd like to address that because I have attended several meetings with SS Manhau in the past, and the one thing that I've been quite impressed with is their business plan. And whether you believe the 70,000 or not, I'm quite frankly, even if it was half that, I'd be happy. But I think the thing that I need to understand with the convention business, as I've learned in speaking to them, is that, not the convention business, the tourist business, is that most tourists do not book 2 or 3 years out. They book maybe 6 months. Conventions, if you're not booking 2 or 3 years out, the chances of getting a facility like this on the date you want it are not that great. So I see the two working extremely well together. And I believe that there was some discussion, I wasn't privy to it, so this is secondhand information, that in fact the fact that the conventions would be booked and they would have priority over the, over, in other words, the tours would be booked around the conventions that had been booked ahead of time. So I don't really see that as an issue. And I think the fact that the hotel itself is bringing in other business was one of the keys that brought the other hotels in town on side. Because prior to that, I know the Coast Hotel I've had discussions with the manager and they were not happy. However, that has mellowed a lot with the fact that this hotel proposal, and it's the only one I've seen in the years I've been here, that's actually projected to bring business with them when they come. So I see that as a real positive.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Receive the delegation. Okay. Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item. Next speaker, Mr. Andre Sullivan. And that would be followed behind by Mr. Bob Moss. Mr. Sullivan, please go ahead.
Your Worship, members of council, my name is Andre Sullivan. I'm the chair of the Nanaimo Economic Development Corp, and I live at 106 Pine Street. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us speak today and listen to the proponents speak. As a member of the NEDC, as a volunteer as the NEDC, this is the type of deal that we like to promote. Our job is to promote the deals that we think will be in the best interest of the community, and we feel strongly that this deal is in the best interest of the community. I think that it's pretty much unanimous that if we see the drawings or see the building come to fruition like we've seen in the drawings, we all know this will be a good thing for the community. We know the end result that they're looking at is a good thing. But I hear a lot of questions around proponents about the deal, so I thought I'd address some of those things. Number one, with the proponent, they aren't a small little fish. They are the largest travel agency in their province and one of the largest in all of China. Their reach is so much larger than anything of the scale we have in Canada. They're looking to vertically integrate a business. They're bringing people here. Why not stay in their own hotel? Makes a lot of sense to me. They've invested over $4 million to date. No matter what proponent we find, we guarantee that they haven't put that much in. They've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars with local firms. Local firms are waiting for the answer tonight to see, are we going to get the bid? Is this project going to go forward? I'd like to see them get the bid. They're maybe the only proponent we'll ever see that has the ability to fill up their own hotel and the flexibility to work with the conference center. They've been able to agree to both. It's a unique business plan for us. All their financing appears to be in order. That takes a long time. There's nobody out there who's financing this type of building. And I love the work that they're doing with the casino and the vision of an entertainment campus along Gordon Street. I think we can all buy into that. In terms of the deal, this deal was entered in over 2 years ago. If we'll remember, we were looking for proponents to buy the site, and we were offering $1. They weren't one of those two proponents that came to the table. They were a third one with by far a better offer than anything we had. So if we're looking for a plan B, we've already been there, and this was the best option we were able to find. I understand. There is a lot of baggage, as a few people said. We've all waited way too long for something to happen on that site. They're obviously late. They obviously missed their foundation pour. But that being said, they are so far ahead of any other proponent we're ever going to run into. Their one-year extension means that they must start in November or December, or else they miss it. So we're worried about some of the risks associated with sitting on this property with no action. I understand that. I worry about that too. But by November, by December, if there is no action, which I do not believe will be the case, I believe they're serious about moving forward, that's when we start looking for Plan B. We'll have the ability to have 6 months before we retake control of the land, and that's the type of time frame that it would be great to kind of have a vision about what we want to do with that site if we don't want what's in front of us right now. They've offered to give up the first right of negotiation with the conference center. That does separate a lot of the future decisions from the two projects. So if somebody has a problem with one, that doesn't necessarily mean they have to have a problem with the other. We've asked for things like security bonds with the money that they've put forward. I don't think that's appropriate, but they have come back to us with these park improvements. Something that wasn't mandated, but something they've done as a sign of good faith. As the NEDC, we're in charge of helping forward deals that make good sense to the community. We do fear as volunteers that when we bring these deals forward, and it does still make good sense for the community, that we can scare away future investments that are similar. We would like you to consider a one-year extension. That'll give us the time. Well, first of all, I believe they're going to go forward. And if they don't, we'll still be in a good situation. This deal is uniquely structured that we can even have this debate. Most real estate transactions are pretty final. You sell a piece of land and you have no say. The fact that we've got the gun to the head is a feature that you've built into that, and it's allowing us to have what I consider a healthy debate, assuming it goes right, so that we can move forward. We still have that power in a year's time. We're not giving up the rights to this land in perpetuity. We're asking for an extension on the existing piece of land. So I'd urge you all to consider it. We at the NEDC feel it's a very good deal for the community, and we hope to see you vote in favor for a one-year extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kett.
Thank you. Thank you, Andre. I guess because you're the president of the NEDC, the $65,000 I've asked questions, that was to promote what the board went over to see in China? And
No, that was a separate item. We leveraged a marketing campaign in the province with them. So you've probably seen some of the promotional materials that have been sent around to you. But it's the best marketing leveraging we've ever done, where we can put in $65,000 over a $520,000 marketing campaign took place. And we've sent some of the analytics and the reports back to you. But it's a great entry for our city into that market, and a lot of people have noticed it and brought copies of the ads, and don't know if you had a chance to see the video, but it's an extremely professional presentation of Nanaimo in a community with the reach. I mean, the reach of that campaign alone is larger than the population of Canada, so it's dealing with a scale that we've never seen before.
okay, if I can follow up on that then. We've had 2 years on this agreement with SS Manhao, right? We've been in negotiations for about 2 years. How many tourists have come to Nanaimo via SS Manhao now? Because we have hotel rooms, and there's hotel rooms on Vancouver Island, and I wonder how many, and Mr. Turley said 6 months they usually plan in advance. I usually do a year if I'm doing an overseas trip, but how many people have come in tourism? How many have shown up?
Well, I know anecdotally we've all seen an increase. I think we can all acknowledge that. All I can speak to in terms of measurements is what they physically have brought in. And I can tell you that our schedules have been busy with various investors and various people that they're working with. They physically have brought into the community, have stayed in our hotels, and had dinner out in town. So they physically have brought in their own investors. We feel that once the hotel is built, they'll have a lot more motivation for obviously filling up their own hotel room.
Okay, and one other thing, you said on the first right of the convention center, you used that they were going to turn it back to us?
I'm not sure of those particulars, but I know that they were willing to talk about not having the first right of negotiation, but turning it over to someone else.
Well, that's what they were going to turn it over to someone. They were still in control of that. So that's what I understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Andre. Just a couple of Just a question and a clarification. I think on this City Register Section 219 of the covenant, they were mandated to do something with Piper's Park here, according to this thing, a walkway easement to Piper's Park, and they had to maintain it. But a question to you is, the lawyer said they had no communication from us, with regards to how are you guys doing, where are you guys at. But from what I gathered, I thought we had a report from Mr. Angus said that they were not communicating with us. Can I have a clarification on who's right?
Fair enough. I'll say that communication has not been ideal. There's no question about that. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not sure if it's because they kept expecting the delays to resolve themselves, or if it was more, we're going to come back when we're fully ready. But it's been fairly silent from our perspective, for sure.
But my question is, have we been conveying and asking questions like, hey, how are you guys doing? Where are you at? Are you laying some foundations? You got some drawings going? But we are, on our behalf, talking to them. Like, we did not give them a silent treatment, did we?
No, we didn't give them silent treatment, and I think over the last few months we've been encouraging them to finish plans and getting in front of council just like they've done today. We wish it would have happened months ago, for sure, but we have been talking to them.
But the lawyer said you hadn't.
I think it was referencing city staff there, but I believe Sasha and him have gone back and forth quite a bit.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Swaby?
So, Your Worship, maybe I'll take a crack at the communication issue, because I think the delegation was certainly talking about the owners of the building. When they apply for a building permit, they have an agent that works for the company, which is the architect, and our communication at a staff level is directly with the applicant for the building permit, of which there was a tremendous amount of communication between staff and the applicant to work out the myriad of issues related to a building permit of this size. So I think the communication was quite good at the staff to applicant level in this case.
That's what I thought.
Thank you. Motion to receive the delegation. Moved. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, Mr. Robert Moss. Thank you, Mr. Moss. Please.
Mayor McKay, members of council, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a keen downtown supporter and I live at 154 Promenade Drive. I share your frustration and concern about the lack of progress, and what I think we all have to agree is generally poor communication from SSS Manhow. But nonetheless, I'm here tonight to encourage you to find a cooperative and creative way to support an extension of their option. And I think a one-year extension is a reasonable bet, especially given the discussions we've had, that we'll see progress or no progress on that fairly quickly. Growing our economy in Nanaimo needs to be a key focus for all of us. We need new, sustainable jobs to employ our young adults and to keep our economy vibrant. Tourism is a key driver for our economy, and we need to be creative in order to build this sector. Growing our economy requires substantial new investment, and much of that investment is going to come from outside of our region and indeed from outside of our country of Canada. We compete with other municipalities and regions for this new investment, and we will need to change the ways of doing business in order to be successful in that competition. Perhaps we need to be more flexible. Perhaps we need to be more patient. Perhaps we need to educate these potential new investors as to how to do business. The way in which we welcome new investors will be quickly communicated as we find out in media all around the world and set the tone for future investors. I'm personally comfortable that SSS Manhow has indeed made a significant investment in the project to date, and hearing the numbers tonight, I would say that there was some question about whether there are any local contractors. Through DTZ, we've provided services to SSS Manhow to help them determine the operating costs for the hotel. And through that process, we met and talked with their architects, consultants, and even their legal team, I have no doubt that those numbers make sense. As my colleague Dave Hammond mentioned, we traveled with the NEDC group to China, to Shanghai and Suzhou, and met with SSS Manhao in their offices. We met with their principals, and we met with their investors. And I personally came away from those discussions and those meetings believing that they were sincere and determined to make this project happen. I believe SSS Manhao is working hard to overcome the challenges which are inevitable with a project of this size. It's never easy to get deals of this size done, especially given the challenges of building a large hotel in a small market. Further, I believe their unique business model is credible and can reasonably support the investment of a hotel this size in Nanaimo. I encourage you to find a cooperative and creative way to extend the option by 1 year and to work with SSS Manhao to help them succeed, while at the same time sending a positive message to other potential investors in our market. Investment that fits with our objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hong has a question for you.
Right. Thank you very much. I like your comment about cooperative and creative way. Please enlighten me and give you a suggestion of what you think that would look like.
Well, I think it is partially addressed by what we've heard tonight. I think we definitely need to have better communication, and we need to have some benchmarks as to what that communication looks like so we can determine whether it's on track or not. I think it is reasonable for the council to expect some further contributions, and I think we heard that the contribution towards the park is one of those. Is there room for more? I don't know the answer to that, but perhaps. And now would be a good time to talk about that with the proponent. So I think being creative like that is part of what we need to do so that we can get some certainty from the city side. But at the same time, I think we need to help the proponent understand what's required on this end.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, thank you very much, sir. Move receipt. Seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Russ Burke. Good
Mayor,
evening, sir.
Council, it's been a long night already, so I will be brief. I'm in support of the extension of the option to repurchase the lot designated for the conference center. It is disappointing that the developer did not reach a stage to meet the May 30th deadline to acquire a building permit. However, in my experience in the commercial banking industry, it is not unusual in projects of this magnitude and complexity to have unforeseen delays. In addition, the complications of shifting regulations under the Foreign Workers and Investors Immigration Program would add additional elements of uncertainty and delay. I'm also familiar with the difficulty of financing hospitality properties, especially a steel and concrete hotel in a location such as Nanaimo. There are very few conventional banks that are prepared to finance existing hotel properties with an existing proven cash flow. Those that would consider a new property of this type in Central Island region are indeed rare. As such, it's fortunate we have a developer who has access to investor funds to finance the project. In summary, I'm in support of the extension of the option period, perhaps with specific performance targets and dates. Thank you.
I'm not acting mayor.
I can do it. Okay. Councillor Bestwick?
No, I'm...
No? Okay. Does anybody have any questions? No? Anything to Mr. Burke? No. Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Move receipt of the delegation.
I wanted to get my motion in.
All those in favor?
Stop me from asking questions.
Thank you. So, in order to move along, we need to put a motion on the floor. Councillor Brennan.
The option to purchase agreement with SSS Manhao International Tourism Group by 1 year and authorize the mayor and the corporate officer to execute the agreement.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Thank you very much. I still have a real concern after what I've heard tonight about this and the extension of it. I guess for me, I'm tied up in the history, as some people say, because I see we're continuing to create the same processes where we fumble through this. And it's a problem. Now, one question to staff. Do we not have the ability to have performance bonds in construction projects?
So, Your Worship, there's not a straightforward answer to that. The short answer is think about the last hotel deal. That was a performance deal, and we weren't able to recoup our costs out of that issue. And the courts would not likely favor a performance bond of the type unless you could prove that there was no losses associated with the municipal involvement in the project. So at this point, I don't think I could recommend or justify how there's losses to the cities, given that this is a straight real estate transaction of which all of the clauses were in our favor for what they had to do. So I do not believe that you could actually enforce a performance bond in this case.
On this specific contract, because we have it.
That's correct.
But on a new contract,
well, as I said, the courts would look to whether there was any losses that the municipality incurred on whether the performance bond was legal. So I couldn't recommend to you something that would be ironclad that I could guarantee that we could enforce in the future.
Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. I appreciate all of the energies and efforts that people have taken to reach out to us from all sectors and the deliberations that are about to unfold. From my perspective, if I had a preference, my preference would be that, and I think that the proponent should wish to have a similar preference, that this is a straight real estate deal, that there is no contract with the city. For what reasons there is a contract that we've entered with the city comes, for me, very convoluted and confusing and muddies the water, so to speak. Because if this is a good business plan, and if this is a good location in which to do business, and if this is a developer that has, as we've heard, all their financing appears to be in order, then I don't think that they would do this project without confidence that it's a good business plan, whether they've got some contract with the city or not. So I wouldn't want to have a contract with the city. Then I don't have to worry about missing a deadline by a day or a month or 6 months. Build the hotel. You're invested. You're committed. You have confidence. It was a PNP thing. Then it wasn't. Then it was a tweaking of the interior. Then it wasn't. Then it was a financing thing. One of the partners slipped off to the side. So we've had many different rationales for the timelines and the milestones and the communications that we've talked about that have failed. Then I would prefer, since we all agree to that, I've heard that we agree communications has been less than good, and there's been various reasons over the 2 years, and the proponent didn't think that deadlines would be asked to be maintained in a contract, and it's rare and odd. Well, the contract was executed by both parties and their legal teams. Very well understood what they meant and what it meant. And so here we are. So I would wish not to have a contract with the city. I'll build it when I get my financing in order. I'll send out the RFPs once I've done the building permit. that's going to take that 6 weeks plus the time it takes to get it there. For me, when I indicated in my converse with Mr. Ehrlich, to me it's always about money. Always. And if we aren't able, because of the contract that we have right now, to enforce a performance bond, it's not about trust or otherwise. This is about us extending ourselves. This is extending ourselves in a contract that I don't really like. I don't like this contract because it doesn't serve us well. And it only serves us well if we exercise it. And that's why we entered into it. When I listened that the invoices, there's $1.5 million in wages in that $4.5 million. So there's been an expenditure. There's a cost of doing business when you're talking about building a massive project. And so it was incumbent upon them to spend money. They had to spend money, and they did. And we have surpassed the deadlines. So if they are as confident, I want to be confident in them. I still do not have because we can't have a performance bond, it's some illegal thing or otherwise. Money talks. And you know how the next half of that slogan goes. So for me, if there's no contract and they wish to come back to the table 96 hours from now with take the contract off the table, and we don't have a contract anymore. No contract. What changes? What changes? Go build the hotel. Take your time. No deadline. Transition from the Piper's Park to the hotel when you're ready with the $100,000 and the pagoda. Yay, I'm all in. Can't wait. So get rid of the contract and go build the hotel. Keep the property. Build it when you're ready. And I'm willing to, however that a motion like that would have to be constructed, be very happy to make that motion. Remove the contract. And if I'm them, I'd be really happy about that. I can build it on my terms when I want. I don't have to talk to you guys. I'll see it planning department when we're ready with Mr. Orland and Mr. Ehrlich and the rest of the folks. And our city is going to be extremely excited because our local businesses are going to be the beneficiary, and our 500 plus tourism centers of business that Mr. Smythe from the Chamber indicated to us are all going to be excited because we're out of it. We're not very good at this. We've proven that time and time again. We should step out of the equation, get rid of the contract, let them build it on their terms when they're ready. That's why I don't want to give an extension. Thank you.
Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Definitely see the upsides of the hotel, but also see the, so that's my position is tonight the term's been performance bond, call it whatever it's called, is for the simple fact, if it's that good of a deal, they should be willing to put something up for the citizens of the city. Yes, the business sector came out loud and proud, and I applaud them. Great, and I totally hear them. And our city, though, has to be held, have something in lieu of, because this can be a long run on forever. And I do not want to end this term being this run on again and again and again like we've seen in the past. So if the extension wasn't given, I don't see a problem. Councillor Bessie was talking about no contract, which I agree. Or maybe to come back first thing in the morning and drop a contract for tomorrow, first right to purchase. With A or B, seeing there's somewhat a will, maybe just myself. But a performance bond, the gentleman called it being punitive. I didn't see it through that lens at all. It's about accountability. Accountability for all the citizens of this city. And also, everyone says there's no plan B. Well, how do we know if it's all locked up in this run on forever? So I think this is great options, great potential, without dragging on to verbatim, then this baggage that we inherited. Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
Someone mentioned that we seem to be tied up in history, and I was actually just thinking that, you know, the delegations we've seen tonight, except for, I believe, Mr. Sullivan, were all here when the convention center was being proposed. They were all part of that YES committee. It's sort of like deja vu, but there were actually fewer of them, which was quite pleasant. You know, good arguments, good for them. I would expect them to support it, all of them. That's what they do, and I don't have a problem with that. I agree with Councillor Bestwick that we need to look at a new way of doing this, and whether that's removing the contract. Well, I think actually we don't have to remove the contract. When we buy it back, the contract is removed, and that gives them the option, if they're serious, to repurchase property and then do it at their own speed. It was said we need a cooperative and creative way to extend the option. I think that's a pretty good damned creative way to extend the option for them. Specific performance targets and dates were mentioned, that we need to have these. Well, those were in the contract. It had specific performance targets and dates. By buying back the property, putting it back for sale, we start the slate fresh. Things like the park can be determined, parking can be redetermined, whatever. But it starts it fresh. And I think that's what we need to do.
Mr. Swaby, were you on the list?
So, Your Worship, I thought it was worth trying a different way to clarify that the contract's in our favor, because I think it's an important point, is that everything in our contract requires the developer to build certain things. And it's all predicated on the conference center being here. So really the fundamental issue for council is whether you want the conference center to continue, because no one, including that I can tell, would want to enter into an agreement to build a hotel if your intention is to repurpose the conference center. And that's why the contract is so important. That's why they need it. They need assurances that the conference center actually is going to exist. Not necessarily that they're going to manage it, but that it is going to exist and provide the connection to their hotel that we're requiring them to do. So I would suggest that's actually fundamental to your decision. If council is looking to repurpose the conference center, I would never recommend that we solicit a new purchaser for the property for a hotel. And that's probably fundamental to your decision.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know Councillor Bestwick did a good job talking about money, but I wanted to also talk about empty hopes and dreams of the people in Nanaimo that actually deserve. We've been promised this hotel. I would love to see a hotel one way. I don't really care who builds it. I would love to see a hotel. And finding somebody that is committed to build a hotel is what I would love to see. You know, they've proven to us and they've shown us records that they've spent $4 million plus on the things that they've done. So for them to give us some assurances that they are going to follow through with their plans, I didn't get those assurances that they were going to do it, and they were confident that they would do it. It says it showed the amount of work that they've done. Well, being a devil's advocate, I think we have them behind the 8 ball. They've spent $4 million. What's a little extra to guarantee that they're going to follow through with the project? But they're being reluctant to do it. With what we've gotten from our legal counsel saying that if a developer is willing to agree to almost anything in order to avoid significant losses, which is exactly what I just said, that we will lose in court. So I do not feel that we can go forward with an option number 2 that says we need to amend or have changes or accept their offerings, because according to this, it's illegal. So I don't have an option but to vote this down and re-bring up as a new item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Well, the suggestion that the proponent just go it alone without a contract is, as the city manager said, much to our disadvantage. If you read the report, you'll notice that the beneficiaries of this are the city for the most part. We get the most benefit out of this contract. So to suggest that the proponent go ahead without the contract is really to suggest that we go down the road to impair our own interests, and I don't understand that. That makes no sense to me. The suggestion of a performance bond that keeps coming up and keeps being questioned, again, if you read the report, it says quite clearly, and this is after legal advice, that a performance bond may be lawful under certain circumstances, but under these conditions, it would be difficult for the city to apply either option without it being interpreted as an unlawful penalty, a penalty that we would be levying on them when there has been no loss to us, no demonstrated loss to us. So you just can't, sort of go around penalizing people for things that haven't affected you, haven't had a loss to you. And that's what you need to understand, is that when you continue to sort of hold up this panacea of a performance bond, that you're demonstrating your lack of sophistication, I think, in this whole area. And I think we do that consistently when we start to insert our own opinions as opposed to legal opinions that we have. That's the legal advice we have, and we need to start following our legal advice. The effect, I think, of walking away from this deal, because that's what we'll be doing, really will be, one, ill-advised, because we already are at least $4.5 million down the road of expenditures being made. As the presenter said, who would put that kind of money into a development or a project without an intention of following through? That is just totally sunk money that is just lost to them. And so I think that that's a really good demonstration of their intent. That's their intent. Our intent is to bring business, jobs, and opportunities to our city. That's our job. That's our sort of reason for being, is to manage the city and to make sure that the people who live here have an opportunity for a good life. And these kinds of jobs, the construction jobs, and the jobs at the hotel later, are those kinds of jobs. And the first person that says to me, tourism jobs are just junk jobs, then they should go up to the university and talk to the tourism department and find out whether in fact that's true. Because we wouldn't have a whole department at the university if there weren't solid, good jobs coming out of the tourism industry. I heard that convention days were down. Well, I understood that that's not true. We have more hotel rooms being booked this year than ever before. Our numbers at the conference center are up. So when we consistently misrepresent the information that we get, and we say, the economy is crashing, not so. None of the evidence tells us that. oh, the hotels are dying. Not true. None of the evidence tells us that. The conference center is yesterday's industry. Not true. Those are things we know to be true. And if we're about to turn this project down, for the reasons given after this proponent put in $4.5 million, if we're going to turn it down because we said, gee, you haven't communicated adequately with us. Well, they're here now. They heard that loud and clear. They're here. They're communicating, and they're communicating to us that they want to get on with it. We don't have anybody waiting in the wings. This is the kind of the business where if and let's face it, everybody was prepared for this to go down tonight. So businesses and other developers, they know that Nanaimo was just about to turn this thing down. Yet, nobody's knocking on the door. Nobody's saying, I hear there's going to be an opportunity for my project because you guys are going to turn down that one. Nobody. Silence. Nada. So don't pretend that there's a whole raft of people lining up to take over this project, because there isn't and there haven't been. Like we were told tonight, we had 3. This was the best. Somebody said that the casino presentation left them with the impression that the casino wasn't going to go ahead on their redevelopment or they were going to go ahead no matter what, that they were prepared to proceed and do their redevelopment. I didn't hear that. I heard them say that they would be prepared to go ahead, but it would not be to the same magnitude that we would get with this hotel. And that's important, and it's important that we not say that they said something they didn't say, because they told us more than once in that session with them that if SS Manhow went ahead, they were prepared to do a much bigger job than if it didn't. That's significant.
Councillor Brennan, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more speakers. 6 more speakers.
Well, this is the first time I've spoken. I'm sure you're aware of that, and you appreciate that.
I wasn't aware of it.
There have been numbers of people who've spoken ahead of me, longer than me.
Please continue.
Thank you. And I'm probably just wrapping it up here because I made a lot of notes as people were talking. To suggest that the people that came to that podium and spoke...
Address the chair, please.
Okay, yeah, you're right, sorry. To suggest that the people that came to that podium were just leftover yes people from the earlier campaign 10 years ago, probably, when the community was discussing this issue of whether we would build a conference center. I think it's really disrespectful to the people that take their time and come out here and wait through all of this and wade through all of this and then finally stand up and tell us, here's my business background, here's my development background, here's how I make a living, and this is the best advice I can give you. And I'd like to thank them for doing that rather than take pot shots at them for having always been,
Don't get the mayor upset. He's not here. Don't clap.
And I agree that that is correct, because if somebody wants to come up to that podium and speak against the SS Manhow, they might be intimidated from doing that. So thank you. But let's face it, there's no people sitting at this table that are still arguing the same point. They didn't win back in 2000 and whatever it was when the decision was made, and they're here today arguing the same old story. So let's not take pot shots at people who come to that podium and try to give us the best advice they can. Let's welcome them and thank them for that. So that's all I have to say. I think that it's a huge mistake to turn this down, and it'll put us back years.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be voting in favor of the motion. I also feel it would be a huge mistake to turn this down. I, in my opinion, think that this deal has many benefits to the city. I think it's in the best interests of our community to accept it. I don't want to start over from nothing at this point. From what I've seen and heard tonight, I am confident that this group will move forward the project. I am not hung up on a performance bond. The finish line has not moved, and they are giving us their assurance that they will meet that finish line. If they don't, then I'll be the first to say that I was wrong. But I don't see any benefit in us tossing aside this proposal when we have nothing else on the table to start afresh with. We have had staff, we have had business leaders, financial leaders, real estate leaders, all take their time to come and tell us, in their opinion, this is an agreement that would be good for our city. I agree with them. If somebody at this table does not want a hotel built on this site, then by all means vote against this deal. But if you do want to see a hotel built on this site, this, I think, is our best bet to get a hotel built. And not just any hotel, a hotel that, as we were told, will bring business with it. It will bring business to benefit the conference center. It will benefit the Port Theatre indirectly. It will benefit the casino indirectly. It will create, as one of the presenters put it, a campus in this area of the city with a synergy which I think will be tremendous. And I would like to look forward with optimism to that happening. So, again, I will support this proposal. I see nothing wrong with giving a year's extension, and I certainly hope it goes ahead as the Manheo presenters are promising it will, and I have confidence in them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
Thank you very much. Force majeure. I heard the lawyer speak about force majeure. It has nothing to do, in fact, it does not go for non-performance of just someone's non-performance or malfeasance. It is based on war, on strikes, on riots, or act of God. And so force majeure would never exist for a delay in this. I think the lawyer would agree with me on that. The definition of force majeure, it doesn't even accomplish or anything with performance. If you have non-performance, it doesn't fit that category. Repurposing. The actual proponent talked about repurposing this. I think even giving the casino this a casino. That was brought up tonight, right? So that was an offer tonight. Remove the city. We always hear the city's tough to deal with, and the city's putting up too much stuff. Remove the city. Take it out of the equation. You get the deal. And if we amend the deal now, I'm not certain what international law says, but if we have a deal on the table and we amend it, does that cause us any problems? And that's a legal thing I haven't heard yet either. We haven't impaired anybody's interest, and our interest has been impaired because we wanted a hotel to start. And May 31st was supposed to be foundation in the ground, not building permit. Building permit was back in December. So we missed that, and the code changed dynamically. When I owe someone money, I like to contact them. It's way easier. So if they were behind, they should have contacted us. It wasn't up to us to chase them around finding out what they're doing. And our staff, I was in contact with them. I believe a new contract would be new performance. You just give us the same dates, so you're going to move forward now from a year. And this project is sellable. If I own that property and I own the $3 million worth of investment, because 1.4 of the 4.4 was staff wages, I have a $3 million plan I could sell for a $20 to $30 million hotel, depending on all the finishes. So it's a sellable project. If I've designed a piece of property, a house for a piece of property, that is sellable. So it's not complete loss. So from my perspective, I am seeing nothing new on the proposal floor. I've just got nothing that we're just giving up more time, and I understand that. And I don't know if there is anybody out there, or I don't know if anybody isn't out there. So from my perspective, I think it's this deal has ran its course for me, and we could have a new contract tomorrow. They can make us an offer. They have the property. They put in the building permit plans, and away they go. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hong.
Has anybody else not spoken that would like to speak?
I
would
love
to speak. Great.
I've also not spoken.
Would you like to speak first or no?
Sure,
Oh, okay.
I'd like to. Thank you. So, in 3.5 years on council, this is the third hotel proposal that I've seen. We had 2 proposals that came in front of us. They each had different flavors to them. They each had different objectives. They both made sense, but we had to pick one. It's the one that made the most sense to us. So we picked one. As we were moving along the negotiation period, we were about 20% along, and a news story broke in our local newspaper that said, "Here's the deal. It's a bad deal." That's like saying you got 100 items on a collective agreement that you want to deal with, and you've got 20 of them done. And then somebody says, "Oh no, that's the deal. Here's the deal. It's bad." So during that whole kerfuffle, the one that we picked walked. Said, "No, sorry, enough, done, see ya." The other one we've tried to hang on to and offer them another piece of property, and they still appear to be in the game. But this is the third one. The other 2, we gave them the property for $1. This one, they said, "No, we'll pay full price for it." And they've paid taxes on it ever since. They have paid the full taxes on it, and they will continue to pay the full taxes on it. When it comes back to us, there's no tax revenue on it at all. When it's built, there will be taxation on many portions of it, including the only portion will be the city portion on the hotel itself. All other aspects will pay taxes. If you take it back, you can buy it back. So someone suggested that, if you could bring it, cancel the deal, bring it back, and perhaps Manhau would be interested in being one of the bidders. So if we've got Manhau here in front of us tonight asking for an extension, and we have a deal, they're simply asking for an extension, why would this council ever agree to allow Manhau to get back in the game again? I can't see them doing it. They won't let them stay in the game. Why would they bring them back to the game? Is there a point where we say enough's enough? City manager and I went to Richmond, and we spent the better part of a morning with the city manager, the director of planning. We wanted to understand a little bit more about what it was like to deal with Chinese investors, particularly. We've seen a lot of investment coming this way from China, and we wanted to understand more about it. One of the interesting conversations that we had was with one of the representatives from the Great Canadian Casino, Mr. Walter Sue, and he said one of the cultural differences between North American and Asian, particularly Chinese, is the cultural difference where we believe that when you've got a project in front of you, we send the people away, tell them what they have to do, and they come back. We're expecting them to come back. And he explained that there's a cultural difference where in China, they're always waiting for the state to tell them what to do. So while we're waiting for them to come back to the table, they're waiting for us to come back to the table and tell them what their next move is. He said he termed it as a very awkward, gawky stage that he's seen 100 times before. That gawky stage is once you break through that barrier, everything goes very quickly, but you have to break through the barrier. Kelowna is just in the process of building a new hotel on their waterfront, beautiful project. It took 15 years to get that hotel deal together. We've been on this one for 2. Took 15 years. Edmonton. I was just in Edmonton last week, and I took a tour of their new Rogers Arena. That was 10 years in the making between the city and the developer. It's a $600 million project. It took 10 years. At one point, they actually had a divorce, but they reconciled and got back together. It was a difficult time for them, but they reconciled. Net result of that is that $600 million investment has spurred on $1.7 billion in redevelopment around that arena. $1.7 billion because of a $600 million investment. Will there be activity around this facility? Absolutely. The Port Theatre says there will be. They say that the amount of product that they're going to be able to sell to new people that want to see product in their theatre, perhaps in conjunction with the Great Canadian Casino, yes, it will create activity. Vancouver Island Conference Centre management says that there will be more activity because of the fact that we have a hotel across the boardwalk. It's very difficult to book a 200 or 300 person conference in Nanaimo when your number one hotel will only give you 25 or 30 rooms. They have a very brisk business clientele already. This is a very important deal with respect to the viability of this center. Other tour operators say that this will bring new business. I happen to know of one organization that wants to bring tour product to Nanaimo. They need 50,000 people a year to go on their tour product in order to make it viable and to make a decent profit off of it. They'll come. They're operating very successfully in Victoria right now. They see this as something that will spur that investment on. The Great Canadian Casino says that across Canada, casinos in local markets are falling. Casinos are they're weakening in local markets. They see Nanaimo as a huge potential for their business, and they say that there will be activity because of this hotel. I heard somebody say earlier that in Nanaimo we cross the T's and we dot the I's. You'll be successful if you do that. Well, I've seen developers in Nanaimo that have crossed the T's and dotted the I's, and they still come up to that podium and they throw the dice because they don't know what council's going to say that night, despite the fact that they crossed the T's and dotted the I's. Should we repurpose the conference center? The fact is that we've asked that question. I've asked the question myself. SSS Manhao's asked the question. Should we repurpose it? Maybe we want to repurpose it. Maybe we want to put a casino in there. Maybe we want to do something different with it. Maybe. Great Canadian Casino said, no, we don't want to go into the casino. We don't want to go into your hotel. We already own our building. Well, the most important thing with this project here is that it has all the right ingredients to create a successful entertainment district in Nanaimo that would include the Port Theatre, the Vancouver Island Conference Centre, the hotel, and the casino. And I can't help but think that, not unlike Edmonton, it will spur on significant redevelopment and significant activity in our downtown core. I'm absolutely in favor of granting this extension. We have no plan B. We have no other options out there. This is the third one in 3 years. These folks have been at the table for 2 years. When we watch other successful deals that have taken 10, 15, I think giving them the 12 months on a 2-year investment they've made so far is the way we should be going. Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just on what we have for losses, we've had losses. We've sent to NEDC. It's time for NEDC staff that we spent on this. We've had our staff time. We've had council time. So we've had losses in this project. So it's not like we're not losing anything. We are. With your questions with regards to staff, did we, this cultural barrier, did we tell them? Did we talk to them? Did we try to communicate? I guess that's a question to the city manager.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
What the mayor says, when he went to Richmond, he met with one of the people at the casino, and they said there's a barrier that they expect us to tell them what's next and what they should be doing?
Well, I personally certainly contacted the lawyer, and when this council was elected, in no uncertain terms, was encouraging them to get in front of this council to talk to council about where they're at and what they're doing. So I think we made lots of efforts. These relationships, of course, take years to develop and can be broken very quickly. So the economic development has spent a considerable amount of time building this relationship, and was really the point person to the owners and the investors for this project. Staff's relationship was more with the consultants that were involved in the building permit.
That's great. Thank you. Like I said, I think we all want to see this hotel built. I'm leery about the commitment that they have come. They've come at the 11th hour asking after the extension. I want to see some sort of commitment from them that they are going to have. I don't have a problem with a 1-year extension. I don't have a problem with a 2-year extension. I want a commitment that we're going to get a hotel, that the people here deserve a hotel that we've promised them. We said 2 years, we're going to put something out. We had pretty pictures. We got ugly fence with some ugly things that they can't even cover properly. It's disgraceful for a project of this magnitude. The people in Nanaimo deserve better. I don't have a problem with this extension. I have a problem with commitment of building a hotel. That's where my issues lie. And I would like to find a cooperative and a creative way of seeing this hotel through, one way or the other. And I'm not going to try to say that SS Manhout isn't the person that I want to build a hotel. I have nothing against them. I don't know them. They are a developer, which we all value, all of developers and everybody that comes to our community to invest money in and to try to make this community a better place. We're all here on the same premise, but we represent the people, not the developers. So we have to understand that if they're going to tell us something and they're going to get it done, yes, we get hiccups. Let us know so we can inform our people, which are the citizens of Nanaimo, that they've had a hiccup. Sorry, guys, they're still on board of going forward. If this decision had come March, saying that they need an extension, I would have said, sure, I don't have a problem. We've been communicating this whole time. We see the hiccups that they've had. But to go dark for 6 months and then come in the 11th hour, 15 days before the deadline, to ask for an extension with reasons I still can't even wrap my head around, with who says who and this says what and this report says what. It doesn't work for me. And I'm looking out the best interest of the people, and I want a hotel built for them, what was promised. And they broke the promise. I don't want to punish them, but I want an assurance that if we're going to give an extension, like I said, they can ask for 2 years. I have no problem giving a 2-year extension. Why 1? I want something that I can assure that we're going to get a hotel built, that it's going to happen. Whether it's going to take them 10 years to build it, it's going to get built. And that's what I want. I want an assurance that we are going to have a hotel. Thank you.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Worship. Just a few comments would be, I totally disagree with Councillor Thorpe about those that do not vote in favor of the extension are totally opposed to hotels. This hotel, absolutely not. Farthest from where my position is. What I need for a plan B, a simple plan B would be if this extension isn't granted, morning's pretty close, people roll up their sleeves, make exact same thing that's in front of us tonight, but add a clause about a performance bond. If all the timelines are met, that money obviously goes towards the project. That money goes towards the project. I don't think there's any business person, there's a lot more better business having me, that would not want guarantees. We have a guarantee for the people of the city. We got to ensure time frame. So plan B, a performance bond, could be added in the morning, and they fly at her. And then if the project is as great on course as they say, great. That money would go towards the project when each benchmark's hit. That's not uncommon. So I just wanted to share that. In regards to the, I think it'd be only fair for the company to come to us in the morning if they're agreeing to this or whenever, because they're the ones that missed every benchmark. Wasn't no one around this table. So that would be a little time to see if there's reasonable conversation to have that. So I like to suggest that. So no, voting against the time frame is not voting against the extension is not anti-hotel. What I am definitely need is assurances that these time frames are met. We need assurances. And that is not being unfair, that is not being unrespectful, and that's not being disrespectful. That's all we need is assurances, and these people are probably great, but if they can give us insurance, like they said, let's do it. That's it.
Councillor Bestwick.
Hello, thank you. Well, I heard cooperative and creative, and I think for me, being cooperative and creative is getting out of the way and allowing them the time that they require to build the hotel. I heard reconcile. I heard things take a long time to get done. So I would like to give them as long as they need. Let's get out of the way. So if that means that we have to go and eliminate the contract that we're in right now, because that's why we're here, because we have a contract as it relates to the conference center, handlings of the conference center and repurposing and all of these other things that muddy the waters, let's get out of the way. We've tried for 2 years. We tried for 5 years before that. Get out of the way of the developer. Allow the developer to build on their schedule. So remove the contract. And I'm going to say it again. And if they want to reconcile, there's literally nothing to reconcile. Remove the contract. They come to us and say, well, we would like to ensure that you're not going to repurpose the Bank of Ireland Conference Center while we're under construction. Okay. That doesn't mean that there isn't going to be potentially a different use in room 12. So I don't know why to be cooperative, creative, reconciling, get out of the way. We are in the way. We are not helping the process for a private developer to come to town to build a hotel by being a partner, by having a partnering agreement. We don't need a partnering agreement. They're a private development tourism company that runs a hotel in somewhere else, Fiji. So if they truly wish to build a hotel here, then we should just get right out of their way and let them build it right there, right over there. Go build it. And I wish you get started sooner. But if it takes you 6 more months, then it takes you 6. There's no schedule. There's no timelines. Just your own, not ours. I don't know what's wrong with that. So if that just simply means doing that with the contract and allowing them to maintain the property and build it on their terms, great. Let's get the hell out of the way. Let them build it on their terms, with their money.
So, Your Worship, that is actually totally in Council's control. If you don't agree to the extension, you don't have to buy the property back, and the property remains with Manheo. So that is actually in your control as well. Just means you don't exercise your repurchase.
We've got until November the 30th to determine whether we're going to repurchase the property or not. Correct?
That's right, but I would assume, based on what I'm hearing you say, that you wouldn't want to. You would make a motion that you don't repurchase it and have them fly at it when they want to.
Have them fly at it when they want to. That's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Councillor Pratt, you're going to give it a try? Oh.
I'm going to be Councillor Pratt. I won't whisper and squeak like she's doing them. Very briefly, Councillor Platt just makes the point that she feels the contract is in the city's favor. The clauses there all work in our favor, and if we were willing to let a developer come and build a hotel on their own time frame, then what's the difference between that and giving the present proponent a year extension?
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
This just goes to what the city manager was just saying. My belief is that if we don't do anything, we don't exercise our option to purchase and just hope that the contract will go away. The contract does not go away. All of those conditions that are on the contract would stay on the contract. We would just be in effect saying, let's give them 2-3 years to do what they want to do. So, yeah.
Councillor Thorpe, are you back?
No.
No, okay. Councillor Bestwick.
I just want to respond to Councillor Pratt through Thorpe. The reason, because there's no impediments. There's no milestone dates. There's no issues of whether or not there's a difficulty to get materials, if there's a difficulty to get workers, if there's a difficulty to get work visas or whatever. It's on their terms. And they don't have the pressure to deal with us. All the pressure's on them. So I don't need to be involved in the Ramada, not the same, I get it, it's 4 stories. There was no problem. The building that's being built on Chapel Street there, no problems. They did what they needed to do. They got zoning, they are building, they got financing, it's all good. Haven't talked to them. They're doing good. So let's get out of the way. Things happen when we get out of the way.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through you to staff. Am I correct to assume that this deal now is over because the expiry date has expired?
Your Worship, it has expired, or they haven't met their deadlines, and it's up to council now by November of 2015 to exercise the right to repurchase the property. But until they have assurances that there is a couple things, one being primarily that the contract's renewed for a year, I suspect will not put any more money into the project. And this is really tied specifically to the conference center. This is what this is about for them.
As in, what do you mean? They were willing to relinquish the conference center?
But they want assurances that I'm sure that the conference center is here because it houses the parking that they need. We want the connection to the conference center. Everything is predicated in the agreement based on the conference center existing for the development to occur. They work in synergy. That was council's desire when we set this up and look for a hotelier. If council's intention is not to have the conference center, that would be something to look at once you cancel this agreement, because you'll have to consider that if you're going to re-advertise the property if you buy it back in terms of what your expectations are for the conference center. So that would be good to be clear now if that's not your intent.
So this deal is dead at this point in time. Then now they've asked for extension of the actual.
It's not dead until you exercise your right to repurchase. So if you don't repurchase it, they will own the property without any of the commitment for the conference center.
So the only thing they would get is the land. So it's kind of opposite of what I'm just trying to understand what Councillor Fuller said. I'm just a little confused.
Your Worship, Mr. Lindsay can take a shot at the specifics of the agreement.
Your Worship, the place to start is just a reminder that there's actually a number of agreements. There's actually 7 different agreements. So if you're talking about the agreement in front of you tonight, it's just the option to purchase agreement. And it's the one that has the start date that if the foundation wasn't in place and been inspected by May of this year, it simply opens this window where council can repurchase. If council, as was suggested this evening, terminates that agreement or doesn't act on that agreement, and does nothing else, the property remains with the existing owners, and all of the remaining 6 agreements would be on the title, would run with the land, would be existing agreements, which include how the property is developed, the fact that it's a minimum 200-unit hotel that has connections to a conference center, that has parking in our conference center building. So I think it's important to understand all those agreements continue. So when you say the deal is dead, the deal is dead, as Mr. Swaby mentioned, only if you act on the window that's now been open to you and repurchase the property. At that point, the 7 agreements would obviously disappear.
And Your Worship, further to that, if council did not extend it and you didn't exercise your right to repurchase, I think I would want to actually provide you some advice from our legal counsel on what that might look like at the end of the day if the agreements run with the land and they have a development permit that indicates what the development rates are on the property for the 2-year period. And that's probably another area to remind council that development permits are a contract between the developer and the municipality, of which you regularly amend. They're a 2-year contract, of which you can amend for up to another 2 years. And several developments we've done for multiple times until the developer is ready to actually proceed.
Okay, what about the first right to refusal on the Vancouver, the VICC? Where does that fall into this agreement that we've discussed?
Your Worship, that's a good point, because what I heard the applicant say, and which I clarified in the afterwards, is that they're willing to give up that right for first right of negotiation. So if council wanted to amend the agreement for 1 year, subject to that being removed to the from the agreement, that's a valid option that we would present to the and we have a motion that we could give you on that regard, but that's a valid option for you to provide to the proponent.
Okay, I just want to know where that part of the right for a first rate or refusal is in one of these 7 contracts.
It would remain. To actually completely remove the applicant from any dealings with the conference center, you would need to exercise your right to repurchase the property.
Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm speaking on behalf of Councillor Pratt again, and she just wants to make the point that, again, she's concerned about losing those aspects of the contract which are beneficial to the city, specifically relating to the conference center, that this deal and the extension that we are supporting would allow us to benefit from. Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
Okay. The proponents, the SSS Manhow, did not say they were going to give up the right of first refusal. What they said was they were willing to transfer that right to the casino. That's what I heard. Go on to their presentation. I believe it's on the presentation.
Your Worship, all I'm saying is it's in your control. If you can determine whatever you like.
I get that. If we don't pass this motion and we pass another motion that says that goes to exercising our option to repurchase, then if SS Manhow wants to repurchase, most of the conditions that are in the contract right now could be renegotiated and stay in the contract, but it would be a new contract. The reason we would do that is because it shows we would be willing to make that commitment and they would be willing to make that commitment. If they aren't willing to repurchase after spending $4 million, then I would be hard-pressed to think they would be willing to finish this thing in the first place unless all the conditions met their needs and not ours.
Okay. So the next, so there's no further speakers, but I just wanted to say something. SSS Manhow will not come back to the table if we kick them out the door tonight. They will not come back. We won't deal with them now. Why would they come back for some more? So what I did hear tonight was that I clearly heard somebody say that they were prepared to give up their right for their right to negotiate the operation of this building. No, we're not going to let them pass it off to somebody automatically. But if they're willing to give that up, I would propose, and we can do it by consent, a motion that would say extend the dates with the option to purchase agreement with SSS Manhow as point 1, and receive a formal commitment with respect to the Oriental Garden in the adjacent park, and B, remove the first right to negotiate option to operate the Vancouver Island Conference Centre. Those are the two items that they put forward here tonight. I think those are significant. And I would propose that by consent that we look at those. Go ahead, Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to you to staff, how does that clause about a court would rule in favor of developer, would we violate that clause if we did what the mayor said?
Sorry, which one? Which clause?
Where it says, if the developer is willing to agree to almost anything in order to avoid significant losses, which we believe is to be the case here, a court would likely rule in favor of the developer that the city is applying for unlawful penalty. Would that clause apply still?
Your Worship, what I heard the motion that you made speak to, it didn't speak to a security. I heard you use the term, I'm sorry, you said a guarantee or a formal offer for the monies towards the park, I think is correct. Sorry, I'm trying to paraphrase you.
Correct.
So that would be very different than putting up a security in forms of a bond. And this section, that paragraph that you're referring to, Councillor Hong, is talking about specifically a performance bond.
Okay, so if we can get them to say next month start development of the Chinese garden.
I think that's different than a performance bond that we would hold some equity, like a line of credit. What they'd simply be making is a commitment in writing that at the time of development, their proposal would now include a contribution towards the park improvement, if I understood the motion correctly.
So essentially, it's like money. They would commit to the garden, and they would give up their right for first refusal to the operation of the Vancouver Island Conference Centre.
And Your Worship, just to clarify, under the current agreement, they have no rights to assign the first right of negotiating the conference centre. Right. So that may have been a misunderstanding, but they don't have any of that right. That would be up to council.
Okay. Do we have a dollar value towards this garden that we've talked about?
100,000 is what they offered.
Okay, thank you.
Now, rather than amendment, we can do it by consent. Am I correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct. You could do it by consent, but I think it should be clear to council that what you're proposing is to add an item to this resolution. And if you look around the room, now is your time to object to that. If you do not object to that, then it's taken as consent that the motion will now have 3 parts to it, of which is the second part the mayor read. So this is the point to objective.
Clarification on what's written or how the consent is. What was the purpose of the consent?
So right now the motion, there's the first part that exists as is. The second part that I have, that Your Worship, please correct me, is subject to the removal. Let me start over. The second part would be that provision that SSS Manhow provides a formal commitment respecting the Oriental Gardens and remove the right of first refusal for the operation of the VICC. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so by consent, that would be added to the motion, unless one person objects. If one council member objects, it has to go to a formal amendment.
Can I speak to this amendment?
Yes. Go ahead, Councillor King.
It's an interest to me. This is giving up a piece of our park. We've never had a Chinese garden in any of our park plans that I know of. We haven't talked about giving up this park place in this agreement before. We've only offered the access to the park. So what are the parameters for planning this Chinese park? Do we have to go through any public assent to giving up a park space?
Your Worship, I didn't hear the applicant request that you give up the, I heard them say that they would help in a redevelopment of the park for the public use.
Okay. Are there any objections to the amendment?
Yeah, I'm going to object to the amendment. I want to see the whole motion go on before.
Okay. Councillor Brennan?
Then I would amend the motion that's on the floor right now to add those specific points about the Chinese garden and the, what was the first one?
The removal
Of the removal
of the right of first
right
refusal.
of refusal.
Okay. So now you're asking for an amendment.
I make the motion to amend the motion on the floor.
So, do we have a seconder for the amendment? Thank you very much. So, the next one would be speaking to the amendment. Speaking to the amendment, Councillor Fuller.
I would like to know if the public actually wants a Chinese garden. I'm getting sick and tired of us removing the history of the mining days in this town. And that is one of the few places we actually have some remnants of that. So you put in a Chinese garden, you do this, you do that, you have to move those. Where are they going to go? I believe that the public should determine what goes in there. If they want to contribute $100,000, $200,000, then the public should make the choice on what goes in, not us.
So if I could, just for clarification, ask the city manager on that point, if we get the commitment from the owner or from the proponent, and we also make a commitment to the community that we will go out and we will consult with them on it, and the community says we don't want an Oriental garden, then that would then relieve the proponent of that commitment. Am I correct?
The way it's currently worded, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Reword it. Can we reword it?
Pardon me?
Can we reword it?
For what purpose?
Well, it's on the floor now, so we've got to stick with it now. Councillor Hong, is that it?
No. If we can amend it to, it's a Chinese garden. Was this always in the plans for a Chinese garden?
No, Your Worship, but you could reword it to be $100,000 towards the improvements of Piper's Park.
Can do that.
How does that sound, Councillor Fuller?
Well, I'm still not going to support it because there's other things I would like to see changed other than just the right of first refusal. And I believe the only way we can make those changes is to defeat this motion and start over.
Okay, so we've got amendment on the floor. Councillor Brennan.
I want to say that Chinese history is very important to this community. There is a very long history and heritage for Chinese people in this community. Chinese people worked in the mines, and they provided services to the community of miners that were working. So to suggest that this is not consistent with our heritage is I think it's just wrong in terms of history and heritage. So I like the idea of a Chinese garden, but and it makes sense to me because I think it would be sort of landscape architecturally consistent with the hotel and the inside of the hotel. So I think it's a good plan, but I'm not even going to go there. But it's a reasonable suggestion. It's a reasonable commitment, and I think it's time that we put this to bed. We made a final decision on it, and that seems like a good addition.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak in favor of the amendment. We were saying earlier that we were looking for a creative way to move this forward, and I think this is a creative way in which the city does not give up anything. Manheo shows good faith by making this commitment to the park and also by relinquishing their right to operate the conference center. So I think we're achieving something there, and we can still move this project forward on that basis. Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
This is to Councillor Brennan. I actually agree with one thing you've said tonight, one thing only. Consistently, we misrepresent the information we get. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. So what would this look like if we actually looked at option 3 with these changes? Because according to us, we don't have to do anything until November 30th. From staff's point of view, they have until September 30th in order to get a building permit in place in order to meet their November the 2nd ground preparation foundation deadline, if I'm not mistaken.
So, Your Worship, I don't, that's certainly an option. I would suggest or think that without certainty, the developer would hesitate spending more money.
But our certainty is we would write a contract that we would, on this date, if they do not fulfill this, we would do it. Isn't that a contract?
Well, I think that's basically the amendment they're looking for in terms of the deadlines.
So if we did option 3 and we'd said that according to their schedule, November 2nd, ground prep foundation, they haven't started on that, and we know by September 30th, according to you guys, that they're going to have a building permit in place in order to even to meet their criteria of the March foundation pour. So we're giving them an extension until November the 30th, written, that we will not buy back the property until such date. And
So Councillor Hong, we're speaking to the amendment right now.
yeah, I was just wondering. Okay, sorry. I'll defeat that and move on.
Councillor Yoakum, thank you.
So are we on, like, what option here?
We're on the original recommendation plus the amendment.
Okay, the original recommendation, and then about the $100,000 park enhancement, call it whatever. I'm glad we cleared up that, Dale cleared it up, that it's not part of that legal thing about a performance bond. So, why can't that number change? Because when these people finish the project, at the end of the day, do they not have to pay a certain amount, like towards parks, etc., in the city, like other developers? So we could use it like as an advance or call it whatever. So a simple fact, we have some insurance, the more than $100,000.
That would only be a rezoning, correct?
And it's through subdivision of property. Yeah. In certain conditions where you do a subdivision of land, you get up to 5% of that parent parcel. It does not apply in
yeah, because they're DCC exempt, aren't they?
So that's a separate issue. They are DCC exempt, but in terms of actual acquisition of parkland, that would be through subdivision, and not through this process.
Thank you.
Anyone else to the amendment?
No. Can we do them seriatim?
I don't even know.
Well, the amendment is the amendment.
Well, the amendment is 2 parts.
Yeah.
Your Worship, could we just read the motion again just to be sure we understand?
The motion that is on the floor is just to amend, and it reads as follows. Provided that SSS Manhow provides a formal commitment respecting the Oriental Gardens and remove the right of first refusal for the operation of the VICC. So should this pass, then it forms part of the base motion.
Correct. Can I see no further speakers? Can I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Fuller, Councillor Kipp, Councillor Bestwick, Councillor Yoakum, and Councillor Hong opposed. All right, back to the original motion. Yes, I think so. So, staff recommendation is that they extend the dates associated with the option to purchase agreement with SSS Manhow International Tourism Group by 1 year, and authorize the mayor and the corporate officer to execute the agreement. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's a dark day in Nanaimo. Dark day.
Dark day when you got a lot.
Okay, so, pardon me.
You heard me. I'm entitled to my opinion too, right?
All right, folks, next item.
No.
Yes.
We need a motion.
Can you make a motion?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that the city do not buy back the property until such date of November the 30th in 2015, with the addition of removal of the VICC first right of refusal and $100,000 towards the gardens. Piper's Park, sorry.
Your Worship, I am not clear on how that actually would work because it's up to council now to exercise your right to repurchase. So I don't think that's up for negotiating terms of the agreement that run out until November 30th.
But we can make a motion to staff not to exercise our right until November 30th.
No motions required. That's the deadline that you have to repurchase it. So you don't have to exercise your rights until November 30th.
So how do I get a motion through that we let the developers know that we aren't going to exercise that right until that date?
I think that that's already in the agreement. But in order to meet that deadline, staff would have to be working on a purchase and sale agreement to repurchase it. So
yes, I agree, but you don't have to exercise that until the date.
Council doesn't have to exercise it. That's correct.
I don't know why you would do that.
Because
not going to be any work on that property. They're not going to move forward.
Well, if they can move forward to see, like I said, meeting the end of September deadline for development permits, we can extend that.
Your
we
Worship,
still have time,
Your
right?
Worship, another way to achieve what Councillor Hong is asking is to extend the purchase and sale agreement by 6 months with the conditions that you have in, so that it terminates on that date that you're talking about. I guess that's another way to look at it.
Does that work?
So instead of a 1 year, you're looking for a building permit and to be started by November 1st, or that you will exercise your probably back the date up by 15 days, or you'll exercise your right to repurchase.
Yeah, because they're calling for November the 2nd ground preparation and foundation work.
And Your Worship, I would suggest that rather than make it a firm motion, that if that's council's intent, that you ask for staff to bring back a report with that as an option at the next council meeting, and we'll seek some advice on how we would implement that.
So moved.
Will it accomplish what we're trying to do?
Your Worship, I'm not really clear what council wants to do until you provide us direction. At this point, there's no direction. I'm just trying to help you with what I hear Councillor Hong wanting to formulate as a motion.
What's the intent, Councillor Hong?
That I'm willing to give them time if they're going to follow the schedule. That's the whole point of this. Is I want to see this hotel built, and they have a time frame that says that they're going to start November the 2nd. So I want them to start on November 2nd, according to what that spreadsheet that they gave to us. I have no intention of defeating this hotel for any other purpose other than seeing that they're actually going to follow through with what they want to do. A year is too long for uncertainty. So I'm willing to go at this date and follow their plan, and to let them know that, Nanaimo isn't about being closed for business. We are open. We just don't want to be pulled in different directions, and we want a firm commitment. And if their date of November 2nd holds through, according to their Mr. Brent Oland, then it's realistic. I'm willing to give them a chance with those conditions.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Brennan, thank you. Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, I still don't get what the motion is. I'm going to really have a hard time supporting or not supporting this one because I haven't heard a full motion. I did hear Mr. Swaby offer to come back with a report trying to outline all of the stuff that was being talked about, but I really haven't heard a motion, so.
Your Worship, may I?
Yes.
I understand that Councillor Brennan moved, and then it was Councillor Hong that seconded the motion that I've recorded here. So I'll report what I've recorded to see if it's correct. Is to instruct staff to return with a report regarding extending the options to purchase agreement with SSS Manhow International Tourism Group Limited by 6 months. That's the motion I heard. Is that correct, Councillor Brennan? Please correct me if I'm incorrect, if I'm not right.
To compute 6 months for me, is that around November 30th? Because
Today's June, so July, August. December 15th. I just said 6 months. That's what I understood.
December 15th?
15th?
Yeah.
I could change that
That's
to say
6
December
months.
15th rather than 6 months.
I think it would be better to have a specific date.
Your Worship, I understood, and the motion would be for me to return with a report on how we would execute this by November 30th, I think is the date. But I'll have to clarify that in the report to council and let you know. And I assume that the motion is that without a whole bunch of milestone dates, it's just that they have a foundation permit that's issued and is under construction by that date. And then then they've complied fully with your expectations. And I wasn't sure I heard Mr. Jackson speak to the two other issues, one being the improvements in the park and the other being negotiate the first right of refusal for operation of the conference center. But I heard Councillor Hong talk about that, and I would report back on that as well. This would allow us opportunities quickly to talk to the applicant and to see whether they're willing to agree to this, and I would come back with some more firm dates on how this, and milestones on how this would occur.
I'm good with that.
Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry. Councillor Yoakum.
This sort of sounds like a hybrid of option 3, Ted. Is that of option 3 here, which would shorten the time frame if there is uncertainty, and then we know within 6 months. And then option 3 here. So Jerry, am I getting that right? Snippets of option 3.
Yeah, they're going to start construction.
And then we know we're not. I can with snippets option 3. Because it has still the park enhancements and also the refusal with the VIC for the conference center. So it's almost the language, Jerry? Is this pretty much the language?
Yeah.
Thank you. Just want to make sure I was reading the same page as motion or what this is.
After we got people waiting here to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. Thank you. So basically what I'm understanding is that this is a compromise from a 12-month extension to a 6-month extension with the addition of the garden transition or otherwise, and the removal of the first right of refusal opportunity on the conference center. Is that, so that's what I'm hearing. So my thought is that Mr. Ehrlich, when he addressed us, indicated that his proponents were not willing to spend any more money unless they had the extension. So does this then suggest that there's negotiations to take place?
So, Your Worship, I'm again just reacting to try and help Councillor Hong get his motion on the floor. I have no idea how they'll react. I suspect I'll be able to tell you as soon as I phone them tomorrow and talk to them. If they're not interested, then it's back to council on exercising your right to repurchase the property.
Is it fair for me to assume that they would likely be receptive, given the fact that if it was at 12 months, they would have to meet the same milestones for November in any event? So when I read option 3, it indicates take no immediate action, delay buyback until October the 2015th, or October 2015. And then if they get if they meet their building permit in and all that stuff, then they get a year extension from the original date. That's what option 3 says. That's not what Councillor Hong's motion is, but I'm just trying to be that cooperative, creative, reconciling option.
Your Worship, they'll have to weigh the difference between having certainty of a 6-month approximately commitment that you won't change the deal as it relates to the conference center and change the deal as it relates to them getting a building permit versus they know they have until November. They'll be able to delay the repurchase until then anyway. And if they want to spend money under the existing agreement and whether they can commence construction or not, I would have to understand that better legally. So they'll have to make that decision on whether they like what you're proposing or whether they'll just bypass it and do nothing and let the deal die, or whether they'll try and develop without an extension. All three are probably still in play if you pass the motion.
Councillor Fuller.
Okay, confusing me again. It's not hard to do tonight. So my understanding of the motion was more like this, that we were essentially giving them a 6-month extension with the condition that there's no right of first refusal and that they would commit to $100,000 in park improvements. Is that the way the motion sounds? That's not what I heard Mr. Swaby say.
Your Worship, that would be the motion that I'd bring back a report on. It gets confusing when you get into their shoes and decide whether you're going to agree to that or not.
Yeah, and I'm not getting into their shoes. I just want to know what you're going to come back with or have some sort of an understanding on, that would be offered to them if we pass this motion.
Your Worship, for clarity, may I just read back what I do have now to make sure council's all arguing the same topic here. And it's challenging, I get this, making motions on the fly. That council instructs staff to return with a report that includes an extension to November 30th, 2015, removal of first right of refusal for the operation of VICC from the agreement, and that a commitment of $100,000 towards Piper Park improvements be provided by SSS Manhow. So this would be a report back from the city manager on these topics. Is that... Okay.
On the motion, all those in favor? Oh, you want to speak again?
Yeah.
Councillor Kipp.
Just to reiterate what I believe Councillor Hong is doing with this, is he's trying to give them the ability to perform. He's trying to give them, they've asked for a year, we've bargained back now to 6 months. And it's a bargaining process and a business deal. So you're trying to force them to work. That's what I'm getting from this. And performing on their time basis, because they had these time frames. This is a tough one for me because I've been kind of against it, but this is that flexibility you're trying to put out. Is that what he's saying? Thank you.
So just to be clear, though, I want to be clear that I understand. Does council mean a foundation permit, or do you mean just a building permit issued? If it's just a building permit issued, that actually provides them
2 years.
Yeah.
They have 2 years to complete the building permit. That's what you're saying.
Right.
I want to be following what their schedule would be.
Okay. I'll bring back that report, Your Worship.
Okay. Councillor Bestwick.
Well, it's not just a building permit. I don't believe, because that is simply option 3. And it's a lot cleaner if we were just to have done option 3. And then they get an extra time off of 3. But nonetheless, at this point in time, this brings me back to the if we grant them 6 additional months, we're granting 2 years and 6 months. Because it's just a building permit. And then they have 2 years from that point in time to do the foundation, to get to the foundation stage.
Well, Your Worship, that's why the current agreement was trying to set milestones, and that's why their current proposal had milestones. The foundation permit, even if they build it, it still could sit there, correct? You know, there's the incentive to finish the project is the finish line date that they had, which was remaining the same. But the reality is, once they're under construction, you won't be able to stop it. You're not going to take over a project that's half finished or 3/4 finished. So this is just an incentive to get them going, I presume.
Thank you. Like, the nervousness for me is how long we saw the old Malaspina Hotel sit dormant for as long as it sat, and not very pretty.
Your Worship, I think it's important. I can also add that under the development covenant, that one of these separate agreements, there is a timeline in there that talks about within 3 years of the time that the building permit's issued that the hotel must be operational. There's also delivery times in terms of the operational turnkey hotel that are tied to the tax exemption. So there are other milestones in these various agreements that move the project along.
Any other questions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. No.
Keep going.
You didn't want to do it. No. Next item, development, excuse me, development permit DP 835.
Council recommendation issue the development permit DP 835 at 4036 Old Slope Place with the following variances: reduce the on-site parking space requirement to 21 from 24 spaces, and to reduce the front yard setback to 0 meters from 4.5. So moved.
So moved. Seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor Cowell, thank you. Discussion. Councillor Bestwick, are you wishing to discuss that one?
I don't want to discuss another thing.
Okay.
Oh, is there delegation? No, not on this one. Not on Old Slope.
No.
That's for the next one.
Great. Seeing none, I'll call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item. To present a rezoning application, number RA 349 at 3425 Uplands Drive. To rezone the subject property from single-dwelling residential R1 to townhouse residential R6 in order to permit a 46-unit multifamily development. We have 4 delegations, each having 5 minutes. The first one, Mr. Graham Morey and Mr. John Jessup of the Nanaimo Association for Community Living. Good evening, gentlemen.
And members of the public. This is Mr. Graham Morey, who's the Executive Director of Nanaimo Association for Community Living, and I'm his development consultant, John Jessup. We're going to give you a brief summary of our rationale for this rezoning and clarify some issues which we think might be misunderstood. Essentially, if you look at the staff report, there are 9 1.6 acre parcels along the southerly side of Uplands Drive between 3401 and I believe 3575 Uplands Drive. They're all about 1.6 acres, and we believe they were part of a veterans land grant program after World War II. We purchased the property about 4 years ago, and we're encouraged by city staff to consider a proposal for rezoning. And we would note that the first of the 9 properties, which is our immediate neighbor to the east, 3401 Uplands Drive, is already zoned R10, steep slopes, and that zoning would allow multiple family dwellings at an FAR, floor area ratio, of 0.45. And what we're asking for is that the immediately adjoining property, 3425, be rezoned to R6, which would allow us exactly the same density and form of development as our neighbors already have. I would also like to note that we've had a pretty close look at the site. We've had environmental consultants look at the water course at the southerly end of the property. We've also had transportation consultants review the impact of traffic, of additional vehicles on both our site, 3425 Uplands, and our neighbor's site, 3401 Uplands Drive, because both of them, after the rezoning, potentially could both be developed to roughly the same density. I think we should explain basically that we're proposing to develop the upper building site immediately adjacent to Uplands Drive fairly expeditiously, but that the site at the bottom of the site towards the water course is really there for showing that we could develop to the capacity of the R6 zoning. The schematic drawings we provided were in detail for the Phase 1 development, the 22 one-bedroom townhomes at the upper building site. But if you have a look at Figure 1 and 2 on page 3 of the staff report, shows the sectional breakdown and also the site plan. The 3-story apartment was just to demonstrate that we could actually develop the site to its full potential over a 5 or 10 year period. Graham, do you want to say anything about the composition of the clients that would occupy the project?
Thanks, John, Your Worship, councillors. I think what I'd like to speak to directly is the concerns that have been brought up by the neighborhood. The most paramount one being the drop in their property values if we move forward with this project. The Nanaimo Association for Community Living has been running properties across the city for the better part of 30 years, and I would actually challenge that fact. I think that the property values have actually increased. We run very well managed, very beautiful homes. They're well staffed. So I really challenge that, and I'd be more than welcome to tour our facilities with any members of the public. Sorry, I'm losing my voice too, Wendy. One last thing is the other concern was about crime, given our population served there. We are a good corporate neighbor, and we would run this facility like we do all the rest of ours. We would ensure that all the tenants are vetted, and we do not run an operation where crime is evident. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Kep.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. The lower property, the apartment building at the bottom of the property, that's a concern, I think, for the style of home or the style of housing and development in that area. Are you stuck on that apartment, or is it just an idea that you threw out there?
Well, we only had a CMHC $10,000 grant to develop this rezoning proposal, so we focused on the upper building site, and we did a detailed proposal of ground-oriented townhomes, all of them one-bedroom units for single occupancy. The lower site, we just ran out of money and time, and we put an apartment form up there, but given our discussions with the board and the housing committee at NACL, we would probably design that as ground-oriented townhomes as well. But that second phase development would only go ahead once the upper site, the phase 1 development, had been successfully operating for 4 to 5 years. And the model proven to work well in the neighborhood and for the clientele.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, gentlemen. Just for my clarification, phase 1 would be the 46-unit rental?
No, it would be the 22-unit rental. Okay. Phase 1 at the top of the property is 22 units, and that would leave, given if the zoning were approved, an additional 24 units, which really we believe ultimately would be ground-oriented townhomes as well, but not developed, probably until that secondary road is facilitated probably by the city to serve the lower portion of those very deep properties.
Thank you. And then a follow-up, if I may. Then the units that would be occupied by NACL clients, that would be in phase 2?
No, both phase 1 and phase 2 would be 50% NACL clients and 50% market renters because of a philosophical approach that we're now taking with regards to that population.
Right.
We want them to be engaging the general community and to get support and interaction with them.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I have some questions about how you would do the integration with the two populations. I know in schools, when we integrate children with disabilities into the mainstream classrooms, they're followed with support workers, and so there's a good deal of support to help them. And I'm wondering what kinds of supports that you will be putting into place.
Well, the approach we'd have, it would depend on the people that are moving in. So we do a person-centered plan for them to decide on their support needs, and then put those supports in place at that time.
What would those supports look like, say?
Frontline workers, maybe nighttime support, cooking, transportation, things like that.
But there wouldn't be any live-in support workers?
There would need to be a live-in component to this, and it is a little premature. We don't have the whole model, but we were thinking of a live-in model, possibly one of our own staff would live there overnight, so there'd be constant 24-hour supervision there for people.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I love the idea. I'm a proud supporter of the NACL. It just worries me that when you are mixing renters with the NACL, I'm just a little bit leery about it. So does your funding, is it mandatory that you rent these out, or can't you get the full funding?
No, it's tied into the BC Housing financial deal that we work up, that we need to have a subsidized housing component as well to get their financial support. We're confident that we can sufficiently vet the market renters, plus the fact that we recognize that these are the most vulnerable people that we're supporting, and that we need to be there constantly to ensure that they're safe. So that would be part of our development plan.
Thank you.
Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Similar question to Councillor Hong, gentlemen, is 50% NACL clients and 50% for lack of general public?
Yeah.
So how dependent on the funding you sort of touched on would it be if you went 100% NACL right from the get-go and then see how that goes?
Well, actually, that'd be a much simpler approach for us, but we philosophically do not want to create a segregated group of people. We want to make sure that they're involved in the community as much as possible. And yes, you're right, it'd be much simpler for us just to go with all our folks, but that's not something that we would
Is it for funding reasons?
No,
I get the segregation
no,
piece, but these people are going to be in the community regardless, and rightfully so. I
It
totally get
goes
that.
back to looking at our population that we support and what they've been through over the years through the institutions, that we would not be party to creating another institution. And we feel that would be a slippery slope down that road. So it's not financial, it's a philosophical rationale.
With the subsidized, the other 50% population, when you say subsidized unit, is it?
They come with government support now, so we would use those funds to support this project.
Yeah, absolutely see it, and absolutely see the need. So I heard you say 2 phases over when this next road gets built, etc. So just thinking out loud here is. I totally get the need of subsidized housing as well with the housing issues, et cetera, et cetera. So, so it's totally nothing to do with funding then. Why you with the bringing
Well,
it-
there is a potential benefit by having the subsidized housing through BC Housing. So if we just had like an open fair market rental, they wouldn't participate. So it does need to be on a subsidized housing component to that. I don't know if I'm making that clear or not, but
So the sorry, your worship, I'll hurry up here. Is so the project pending on it having to be, or was it an internal decision, like the financing? If you didn't get the zoning under this reasoning or that reasoning, is it?
we would not move forward with the project.
You would not?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Thanks, fellows. Would you contemplate phase 1 separate from phase 2 and like come back versus the rezoning for the entire piece of property? And I don't even know if it's possible. Dale would probably have to help out on
We
that.
actually made the decision to kind of be transparent with our approach for the full project down the road. You know, I contemplate it'll be 4 or 5 years before we even look at the second phase, but that was why we chose to do this, so that we were transparent with what we were looking to do for the whole property down the road.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it would be more to your benefit not to at this point in time, but maybe not. Mr. Lindsay, is there any value in doing for phase 2 rezoning 5 years from now when the demographics or something might change?
Could rezone a portion of a property, which I think was your original question. Can you rezone half a property? Yes.
So you're being completely transparent by us, if we chose to rezone half, to allow you opportunity to do something different in the future, instead of what you're telling us today.
Fire. Yeah, I mean, I guess our philosophy is to be transparent, and that is not our approach right now. I guess I can't speak 5-10 years down the road, but that's definitely not what we're looking at here. But I get your point. Thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, I like the ideas that you've got coming forward. Not so sure about the density itself, because that really does create the density that you would be creating would be more in line with the density up by Country Club Mall with the apartment buildings and that. But looking at it and knowing that things change in 5 years, so moving forward with the first part, I don't have a problem with the the mixture of tenants. I look at actually Snuneymuxw, their Salish Laylam has youth and elders in it, which is it's kind of a cool concept. So the people that you get in and moving into the housing are going to be the type of people that would actually want to be around people that are somewhat challenged and would want to help out. So I really like the idea.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I forgot to ask, do you plan on having what buildings have, call it like on-site caretaker in one of the units? So the property manager, I guess, per se. lives
Well,
there.
whether it's a property manager, there would be staff on site at all times. And we do manage a lot of properties. Actually, that role falls largely in my lap. So
Yeah.
I'd be responsible for the property specifically. But
Well, I meant somebody living there.
Pardon?
Somebody actually living in one of the units that's a staff member.
There'll be somebody there at all times living there. Yeah.
Cool. See, excuse me. See, no further speakers.
Remove C to the delegation.
Receipt the delegation. Moved, seconded. All's in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Next delegation, Ms. Judy Whittingham on behalf of Upland's Emerald Jade Neighborhood Group. Good evening.
Hello. Mayor McKay, city councilors, city staff, and neighbors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the application by the Nanaimo Association for Community Living to rezone the property at 3425 Uplands. Many neighboring families and I have serious concerns about the potential negative impact this proposal would have on our neighborhood. I'm just retiring from a 40-year nursing career working with the mentally ill. I purchased my home on Jade Avenue to enjoy with my family, including my 2 new baby grandsons. My home is in a quiet, peaceful, single-family neighborhood, perhaps similar to your own. I share a rear property line with the subject property, and I fully expected that someday the forest at the rear of my property may be coming down, and that an extra house or a few townhouses might go in. I've seen the city plan for it with all of the cul-de-sacs and network in behind there. But I never imagined the scope or the form of development that has been proposed by the NACL. If you allow this proposal to go ahead, it would provide much-needed housing for 23 developmentally challenged adults. But because the applicant, well, the story's changed a little tonight, but I believe in the application it talks about not being financially sustainable as just for their own clients. So they decided to mix in, they called it mixing, a 23-unit low-income rental project. And we fear that that could bring a host of problems to our neighborhood. As an outreach nurse working with the mentally ill for many, many years, I'm only too familiar with how low-income rental units end up looking and what often goes on in them. Despite good intentions, screening residents, it is very common for the low-income renters to have transient friends stay over in exchange for money, alcohol, drugs. I predict many problems, I hope not, but it would be very unusual not to have them, including probable destruction of property, loss of our peaceful neighborhood atmosphere, drug use and drug dealing, and also a strong likelihood of the developmentally challenged residents being victimized by the low-income renters. In my years as an outreach nurse, I've seen this too many times to count. From my experience, this mixing is not a good idea, and especially the low-income rental part of the project. It seems to be beyond the mandate of the NACL and also Community Living BC, which I believe is their another funding partner. And what I would urge the council to propose is that the NACL stick to their mandate of providing housing for developmentally disabled adults and to take on a project they can afford. They're an amazing organization. I'm familiar with many of their houses all over Nanaimo. Not a scope like this. I think they house usually 4, 5, 6 developmentally disabled adults with a live-in house parent, or I'm not sure what they call the live-in person. And it seems to be really successful. I understand also that they're asking for all development fees to be waived, as well as paying no property taxes for 10 years. Maybe that's normal, I don't know. But it seems the scope of this project may be beyond their means. Another concern which they mentioned is a significant reduction in our property values with the presence of a low-income rental project in the midst of our single-family neighborhood. I've worked very hard all my life to develop equity in my home, as I'm sure many of you have. We do not want to have our property values slashed because a low-income rental project in the form of a 3-story apartment building looming over our backyards is allowed to be built adjacent to our homes. I believe that the official community plan encourages diversity in neighborhoods, but recommends that projects be compatible with where they're put. We already have diversity with Uplands Walk, which is a 33-unit, low-barrier, low-income rental just a few blocks down the road. This proposed project, particularly the low-income rental part of it and the 3-story apartment building of Phase 2, is not at all compatible with our single-family neighborhood. In a recent letter, Mr. Morey circulated, mine arrived last week, it's the first communication I've had from them. He insinuates that the neighbors may be prejudiced against adults with developmental disability. I found this really offensive, and it's totally not true. There hasn't been one word spoken against the developmentally disabled, as far as I know, from any of our group. Our concerns surround the addition of the low-income rental project, the sheer size of the proposed development, and especially the 3-story apartment building of Phase 2. We have no objection to housing for the developmentally challenged, of a size and form that is compatible with our neighborhood. If the NACL would stick to their mandate and their usual way of operating, I wouldn't be standing here. I don't know of anyone who would welcome the construction of a 3-story, low-income rental apartment building right beside their family home. We value the peaceful atmosphere in our neighborhood, and the developmentally challenged adults that the NACL serves could be welcomed as part of this wonderful neighborhood. He talks about integration. They would be integrated into the existing neighborhood. The amped up nature of this proposal to 46 units, the addition of low-income rental project part, especially the 3-story apartment building, is not welcomed by the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, motion to receive.
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second. Thank you. Next speaker. Miss Yvonne Downey. Thank you.
Good evening, Your Worship and council members. I don't have very much to say. I think that Judy has actually said everything that has been concerning all of us that have been getting together to discuss this property. I was at the last meeting with council, and one thing that we did notice was that we were told that the mentally challenged people would be on their own and living on their own. But now I understand that they will be having somebody living in with them, which is good. But they are already in the neighborhood, and we don't have a problem. I walk my dogs, and they come up and talk to my dogs. We have absolutely no problem with any of the people that they're planning. The only thing that we do have the issue with, as Judy says, is the thought that there's going to be a 3-story building in the back of my yard. My property also backs on to this property, and we have beautiful trees and everything all the way around, and 3 stories up would destroy our peace and tranquility that we've enjoyed for the last 11 years. I do think that the mix, my personal feelings, I don't think the mix is a very good one to have low-income family with these other people that are charming people, and I think that they could be led up the wrong path, as it were. The other concerns that we have, that if the 3-story block does go in, then there would be traffic concerns because everything going up onto uplands would cause a lot of trouble. Also, the sewer line comes through, and the neighbourhood is sort of concerned that, how would this be dealt with? This amount of properties all coming down through the one lane. The water course comes through that property and down and through the side of ours and then through onto our front lawn. So we would be concerned that this water course would be destroyed. It's a very beautiful little stream. It's not a roaring river or anything, but it's just a very peaceful little stream that we enjoy. So all of these concerns. And the other thing is that our property is completely behind, and we've never had any letters or notifications of what is happening. So we really are rather in the dark. We've had a couple of very good council members that have got back to us and explained some of it, but they haven't really, nobody seems to be knowing exactly what truthfully is going to happen. And that's my concerns. And I thank you for your time.
Councillor Brennan, go ahead. You have a question.
Thank you. I just wanted to assure you that the City of Nanaimo has very strict rules about water courses and streams. And so I think I can assure you that the water course that you're particularly concerned about would be protected by some very stringent rules about developing around it. So that's probably the only thing I can tell you now, because at this point in the process, we have to have a wide open mind, and we have to be able to say, oh, I could be swayed this way or that way. So because it's as likely to go to a public hearing, we can't go into a public hearing with our minds made up. But I can go into a public hearing telling you that our water courses and our streams are highly valued here in Nanaimo. We have stronger rules than most other places.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Brennan? No? Anybody else questions? No. Thank you, ma'am. Move receipt of the delegation, someone? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Next delegation is Mr. John Chesterman.
Mayor McKay, councillors. My wife and I live at 3447 Uplands, which is adjacent to this property. And our concerns are, well, to start with, they're going to put a road straight down our property line. There are no delineations in the back, i.e. fencing, on any of these properties. People know where they live and so forth. Now, new people coming in aren't going to know this. And I'd like to know what's going to happen with that. Our bedrooms are on the same side as this project, and the road is going to be going down there. So we're going to have traffic with lights going in, noise going down the side of our property. I'd like to see what's going to be resolved with this. We talked about the water course. The water course runs through the back of our property. In the summer, it's dry. In the winter, it runs pretty heavily. There's a lot of wildlife uses it. We'd like to know if this is going to be, is this going to continue this way and not be destroyed in any manner. The NACL has had people living beside us for several years. I've met most of them. They're great people. The councillor that's with them is a good person. So we don't have a problem with the NACL. The problem we have is with the renters. And the NACL will look after their people, but they can't have much control over the renters. As long as they pay their rent, do their thing, they can't be told what to do. So this could create quite a few problems. And maybe it would be a problem for the people that are the clients of the NACL. Now, according to their sheet, their mail out that they sent last week, they're talking 23 units. Well, maybe it's a typo because they're saying 22. They're only saying 10 clients are going to be in there of theirs. The rest are going to be renters, which again is concern. It's gone down as, it started as assisted living, and then it went to helping developmentally challenged people. Now it's renters. Now it was low income, and the sign says that it's affordable housing. Now it's market value. So it's getting a little confusing as to who's doing what or what is being done here. And I'd like to see that resolved. Our lot is basically a forest lot. In the summer it's extremely dry, and we're having a pretty dry season here. It only takes a spark and that whole area would go up. Now you can't stop people from renters or anyone like this from drinking, you can't stop them from smoking. So my concern is because if there's no delineation made between the properties, it could be very dangerous. There's no lights back there at night. It's forest. You can fall in there easily. Who's going to be responsible if people start trespassing on our property? So I'd like to see these things resolved before this goes through. I don't think it's a good match of mixing renters with the NACL clients. I think it's great that they have a place to live. I think there should be more of them there. And I think that's what should be considered, rather than having both. So I thank you for your time. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Councillor Kemp.
I just want to say that with a zoning change between your residential lot and the zoning this week, there would be some buffering and fencing required between the uses. I'm positive about that. About the water course, as Councillor Brennan said, we have some fairly strict guidelines, setbacks and things for water course protection.
Yeah.
So those would be in. And then I'm not sure about the change of client or how I can answer that, but the traffic concerns, I do see you have the road next to you. But I do believe that the traffic study they would have to do would come into effect.
Traffic is really bad on Uplands right now.
It's a busy street right there.
Even late at night, you have to be careful crossing.
But the fencing and the water, I know, and the landscaping would give you some buffer.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Motion to receive the
So moved.
speaker. So moved. Seconded. Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. There is a recommendation the Council receive for information the report pertaining to zoning amendment bylaw 2015, number 4500-078. May I have a mover, please?
Move receipt of the information.
Move receipt. Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Thank you. Councillor Holland.
I got a question through to staff. We got this amendment B, and they're asking for a 10-year property tax exemption. Do we do that for, like, according to this, is a 46-unit affordable rental housing development? Do we give tax exemptions to this type of development?
Your Worship, we do not currently have a tax exemption bylaw that would apply to a development like this. That would require the development of a new bylaw and future council approval to.
So are we supposed to discuss this, like this amendment, attachment B now, or do we do that later? It's on page 129. Because at the bottom, they're asking for development cost charges to eliminate development cost charges and reduce and eliminate property taxes for at least the first 10 years. Is this something we talk about now, or do we talk about this later? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar.
We're technically just doing a rezoning here today. Correct.
So, okay.
Thank you. Clear. So, it's been moved and seconded. Any further speakers?
I've just been moved and seconded for receipt.
That's correct.
What's the motion?
The motion is council receive for information, the report pertaining to. And then we would go to bylaw. So, as it stands right now, we're receiving for information. Councillor Brennan.
There's two, the staff recommendation is that we receive the report.
Yes.
And that we direct staff to secure a housing agreement prior to the adoption of the bylaw, should council support the bylaw at third reading. So in essence, we're sending it off to a public hearing. So that there's the two things, receive the report, and basically send it off.
I'm sorry, your copy is different than mine.
Really?
Yes, pardon me? This shows that Thank you.
He keeps an eye on me.
Yep, thank you.
Anyway, that's
Your Worship,
it.
just quickly.
Yes,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Gilchrist.
Thank you. So, to vote in favor of support and just receive the information, in theory, then after what Councillor Brennan's saying, we're actually moving it to the next step.
To a
And
public hearing.
Public hearing.
Correct.
Is that where, and then will it come back to us? Because like what Councillor Hong just brought up, that page 129, I got a lot of questions, and still not a lot of clear answers regarding with the two groups, et cetera, funding and whatnot. So that concern is not for right now.
No, so there will be more time at public hearing.
I just don't want to mislead it too far down the road when I have a lot of flags today.
Sure.
So, okay.
Sure.
So
that moves it along to public hearing.
Sorry, so it doesn't carry on this quickly then. So if I vote in favor of this, is it moving on the project along farther? Because that's not my intent.
No, you're moving it to public hearing.
Okay.
And then
Councillor Besser.
Thank you. Just a question to staff.
And then
I don't understand why number 2, direct staff to secure a housing agreement prior to the adoption of the bylaw, should council support the bylaw at third reading. So I just from a process or procedure, I don't know why we have to vote on that now.
This is the only time that staff bring forward a report with recommendations. So normally this clause you would see us saying things like secure road dedication or secure community contributions if council supports the development. So basically we wouldn't go ahead and secure those things until third reading was given, but we'd make sure they were in place prior to final adoption. In this case, the applicant's proposing to provide housing that's specific to a certain segment of the population, and the housing agreement would secure that. In the absence of a housing agreement, it would simply be a rezoning to multifamily with no security, guarantee, or promise that it would be used for NACL purposes.
Thank you. I just, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Bestwick opposed. Next item.
Well, no, do we have to move the bylaw to go to second reading now, or
Yes.
to public hearing? So what the process would be now is if we move this, it would send it to a public hearing.
Great.
And then after the public hearing, we would vote on the third reading. Could do it that night, and then come back a week later if it was that.
Right.
So in order for the public to get more information, and for the proponent to supply more information, I would move that the zoning amendment bylaw 2015, number 4500.78, RA 349, to rezone property at 3425 Uplands Drive from single dwelling residential R1 to townhouse residential R6 pass first reading.
Seconder? Councillor Fuller? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Bestwick opposed.
I'd move the zoning amendment bylaw 2015 number 4500.078 pass second reading and proceed to public hearing.
Second that by Councillor Fuller. Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Your Worship. We talked about reducing the zoning into 2 stages. When can we bring that up to discussion?
Your Worship, you could bring that up anytime prior to final adoption.
Okay, so I would just like to ask the proponent that if that's an option, we would like to see what it looks like as a courtesy note. It would be great. Thank you.
To present at public hearing?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Kipp.
That's my point, is just to give the proponent more chance to explain their project. That's what public hearing is about. Move it forward so that people can come to the public hearing and ask more questions. And find out more about the project and get the information on the table about what they will actually be doing. Therefore, I support this motion.
Your Worship, can I just clarify on that point? If moving down through this process, if council at some point decided they weren't in support of the application as outlined in the bylaw that you've just give first two readings to, you'd have to come back and consider an amendment bylaw at first and second reading. So it wouldn't be simply changing your mind at third reading. It would be essentially sending the project back to this starting point again, just to clarify.
It'd be either a rejection and send it back, or passing.
And the truth is, a rejection of that application would probably be a cleaner approach at that time, yes.
Thank you. So we have moved and seconded? Great, thank you. All those, call a question. Councillor Fuller, pardon me.
Yeah. I'm just really hoping, and I expect that they will, that NACL will be in touch with the neighbors before the public hearing. Discuss the options before the public hearing, and who knows, when it comes back to public hearing, it may go really smoothly.
Thank you. Call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Bestwick opposed?
Do we need a
Carried.
motion to go past 11 o'clock, and we're going to listen to a number of delegates? Or do we postpone until 1 week?
Councillor Brennan.
These people have sat here patiently all night. I would move that we go past 11.
And here the next item, which...
We have to make a motion on it.
Got to vote on that?
Is that your proposal?
Yeah, that we go past 11.
Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8. Eight delegations. 40 minutes, 10, 50 minutes, at least in another hour.
Everybody's going no out there. You want to go home? Come back?
Your Worship, if council does want to postpone,
Okay.
and I think the clerk can speak to this, we would need a motion to have the committee of the whole meeting made into a council meeting so we can bring stuff forward. Is that correct, Mr. Jackson?
Okay.
That's correct, Mr. Swaby.
So then that would be the date would be?
What I'd look for from council is just direction that council instructs staff that council will change the committee of the whole meeting for June the 22nd to a full proper council meeting. That way more can be discussed and decided at the meeting.
And it would then again move to the 7 p.m. time.
Or should we move to 4:30?
What is your pleasure? We could keep it at 4:30 if you like and have council start at 4:30.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor already. Do we not? Do we have a seconder on that to go past 11 o'clock?
You had a motion put forward to go past 11, but there's no seconder at this time.
I did.
Oh, sorry, you're right. Councillor Yoakum, so there is a motion on the floor.
So there's a motion on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Fuller.
Yeah, so if we defeat the motion, then we can make the other motion to...
No, it's
What I'd
after
suggest is you
11.
pass the
Meeting's
motion,
over.
and then if you go 5 minutes or 5 hours, that's up to you. But you could discuss it further. We are past 11, and it's the formality of curfew.
Well, yeah, this is true. This is true.
So, all those in favor of going past the hour of 11? All those opposed? Motion is defeated.
You know what?
Please make a note
That's
that
it.
everyone,
It's
all
over.
but Councillor
All right,
Brennan.
Will I make a motion that the next meeting be a council meeting?
Thank you,
Meeting's
Councillor.
over.
4:30 or
4:30?
The
Shaw
meeting
Auditorium?
is over.
Second.
What's that?
Yes. Motion's made, seconded.
Motion
Call the
adjourned.
question.
All those in favor?
All in favor?
Opposed? Carried?
Adjourned.
Motion
Thanks for
adjourned.
your patience, folks.
Yeah, keep going. Yeah.